Axion Nation. I'm Patricia Steer. The title of this show is Dev Update and Community Celebration. It's episode number 6. Today is December 28th, 2020, and this is our last show of the year. So see you next year. 2020 was a brutal year by anyone's standards, but Axion was born in 2020, died, and rose from the ashes like the proverbial phoenix. We have a lot to be grateful for. Time to look back at the year that was, even though we haven't been here a full year, and to discuss our hopes for the year to come. Joining me, as always, are Paul Lindbergh and Robbie Davidson, and we're hoping for a great new year for the Axion Nation. A new announcement was posted in the Discord server, which I encourage you to join if you haven't already and follow along to get the latest news. The announcement was from our fearless leader, Jack, and we're going to discuss that. We have a representative of the dev team as a special guest, Travis, aka T. Daly, to update us on the latest changes and what's next for Axion. And we'll have a few other community members too. Big Bear Crypto is here all the way from Panama. They're both in the green room right now, enjoying some green room champagne. I hear it's flowing back there for the new year. And we have our newbie focused crypto word of the week and a hint or two about an upcoming awesome chance for you to participate in a 2021 Axion Today thing where you can win big. I can't say anything more than that. I've been sworn to secrecy. Full details will come in a future show. We got Q&A rounding it all out. But before all of that, the disclaimer. We, the hosts of Axion Today, and our guests are not registered investment, legal, or tax advisors. The information and discussion shared today are not intended as and should not be construed as professional advice. The show is for informational and educational purposes only and for entertainment, especially when my cats show up. Always do your own research. People can and do lose money in crypto. Robbie and Paul, so good to see you. Happy New Year, and hope you had a good holiday.
Yeah, it was incredible, and I can't believe that we're days away from the end of 2020.
I know. This year seems like the longest year ever and also the shortest year ever. It's a weird mixed feeling. Do you feel the same?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A train crash in slow motion in ways, but it's also very quick.
That's it. Our lives flash before our very eyes, and we realize how little of them we've actually lived until we weren't allowed to live them as normal. So hopefully that'll happen to us again soon sometime where we can get back to some semblance of normal. I want to thank our moderators, and since Big Bear Crypto is in our green room, I hope the chat isn't going insane with crazy people, but I want to say hi to who's in there now: Bags Full and Victor Korea, Effie Viking and Ashimwa Brian and Andy Wales and Zuri09. Thank you all for being here, and those who are yet to join us. So yeah, guys, when I mentioned earlier about Jack putting an announcement up, I think that that's something that we could talk about to start, because the mechanics of Axion have changed. In fact, 25 million things have changed. So we should probably look under the hood.
They just changed like a couple hours ago. I mean, huge changes just took place. It's so exciting. I don't know, Paul, maybe you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, 2020 is, ending with something big, of course, with Axion. It was cool to see the devs doing another open heart surgery earlier today, this morning for me. And and to see those changes happening live is just so cool. So again, hats off to the devs, the dev team for all their great work. And man, they implemented the proposal that was voted on by the community so quickly. We're going to have T. Daly on here shortly to kind of walk us through those specifics and what has changed and what's next. So it was just so cool to see, who else. I see this in the stream, the live chat that they do, or excuse me, the live stream that they do in the chat. People are commenting like, what other crypto project does this? Does this stuff live?
Anyone does it live.
Nobody does this live.
Yeah.
It's just the contract so cool. Live. So cool.
It's open heart surgery, open for all to see happen. So not done behind closed doors, which is cool. Well, we have the announcement that Jack put out. Should I read it?
Yeah. Why don't we start with that, and then we'll bring Travis in to explain it all to us.
Okay. First, this major network upgrades are underway now. In the announcement section of Discord, this was posted by Jax. Number 1, Hex free claim limitations to only 10 billion Axion more. Number 2, auto stake increased to 60 days. Number 3, change in auction Uniswap discount rate. Number 4, change the auction pool to spread the 250 billion inflation over 5 years instead of only 1. And the big payday is 1 billion times better. So those are the things that were posted. We can, break that down and discuss it more in detail. I don't know. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we to bring T. Daly in? He's been on our show before, so he's familiar with it.
I'm sure he can answer pretty much all the questions that we have or go into more details on everything that kind of took place. But yeah, it was just incredible work. But huge thanks to the entire community dev team and just seeing how quickly they implemented it. And that's the exciting part of this. Moving into 2021, this project can adapt, with layer 2 solutions put in place. That's the incredible thing, is all these things that the community wants to see happen, that's voted on, gets to see it realized in a very, very short time. So it's an exciting future to be able to adapt to the trends, changing times, things that are, on the horizon in the future. We can adapt very quickly, and that makes it incredibly bullish, in my opinion.
Absolutely, 100%. The fact that things can change so quickly in this space, and the community's needs and changing, and all of that, being able to adapt as things come along is so huge. And then it is still trustless. There is not one person that has all of the control. It takes a team of people to do that and to approve it. So I think anybody that's hung around at any length, with this project sees how transparent it is, how it is community focused, and that the leadership team, starting with Jack and on down, is that focused on that community aspect and doing what's best for the project overall is that key component. So exciting! Cannot wait to see what 2021 holds for Axion.
They say about projects that they can rot from the top down, but this one is flourishing from the top down. So we are really so fortunate in that regard that we have Jack, who is transparent with what's going on, and the voting that we spoke of on our last show. You know what I'm saying? All of it went so smoothly, so well, and the results were overwhelmingly to go ahead with all of the things that were discussed by Scott in our last show. So that doesn't mean to discount anybody who voted nay on some of the proposals, but it was overwhelmingly yay on the proposals. So
that's right. All right. Well,
let's do it. Oh, the crypto newbie word of the week. Let's do that because it fits right in with our guest who we're about ready to bring in.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, he's got the snacks and the drinks flowing back there with Big Bear Crypto. I hear some champagne corks popping back there. Yikes. Anyway, the word is dev. We've used it a few times already, and it's even in our title. Let's not forget that some people won't know what the word dev means. Just a few short months ago, I had no idea what the word dev means. So let's get T. Daly, Travis in here, say hello to him because he is a dev, and ask him to define the word dev for us.
Hey guys.
There he is.
Hello.
How you doing?
He's in the closet, so.
Yeah. All three of them asked me separately, can I put more lights on myself? But I told them, guys, I'm a dev. I work in the closet.
You work in the dark. Work in the dark. Got it. Welcome, Travis.
First clue what a dev is.
Yeah,
that's right.
They work in the closet. But how would you define it to somebody who had no idea? You'd say, "Hey, I'm a dev for Axion," and what would you tell them that is?
I guess I would describe a dev as someone who develops the product, doesn't necessarily come up with the idea, but is kind of like hired to make the product a reality.
Developer, pretty much.
Developer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Developer in the dark.
Developer. There's a lot of different type of developers for sure.
Yeah.
But,
not a real estate developer though.
What's the main language that this stuff is developed in? Just for people out there, not that they would know what it is, but it's good just to know. Is it
so most of I have a question. Can you guys hear my messages going off or no dings? Okay, perfect. No dings. Just want to make sure. So the code is written in Solidity. Solidity is the Ethereum language. It was designed by Vitalik or one of his guys, and most of like like an Ethereum itself was actually built in C, but anything built on the Ethereum network is actually built in Solidity.
Got it.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right. Well, let's jump right in because I know there's some folks that obviously were watching the live stream earlier, but maybe some other ones that are going to watch this, that are watching the show live, or maybe watch it later, that are like, hey, what's another update? You know, we're doing this every week now, right? Axion is changing with the times very quickly. So I'm going to share my screen here and bring up the ecosystem upgrade of the day, Travis. And so we talked a little bit this morning. You kind of gave me some kind of bullets, I guess, to make sure that we touch on. And I think the first one was, and we heard you on the live stream say it a bunch, especially at the beginning, was about this auction manager. Can you kind of talk a little bit about what that is and what was the change with the auction?
Yeah, so the auction manager was basically how we implemented this new protocol to allow us to mint up to 250 billion, no more than 250 billion, but it allows us to mint up to 250 billion, 50 billion of which is going to be used for the BPD. And that way we have like a set number, as well as, you know, any penalties that come off of people early on staking and stuff like that. And then the other 200 billion is meant for the auction over the next 5 years. And so the auction manager is actually another contract. So right now, Axion, before this, Axion actually had 7 contracts, which at this point I've memorized. And auction manager has now become our 8th contract.
Wow. Okay. And the changes then, I mean, what do people that are going to the UI are going to see? What specifically are they going to notice that's changed?
Nothing. There's no UI changes, no contract changes, no nothing. That is the beauty of, you know, layer 2 is, you know, we didn't have to do, you guys had to do nothing. You know, we were able to implement this without any big changes at all. But, you know, I will just quickly put out there, the venture auction is going to definitely have a couple of UI changes.
Cool. We're going to be talking about that. Mm-hmm. All right. Should we go to the second one then?
Go for it.
There it is. So 250 million people that maybe didn't notice, if you go to the staking portal right now, or the auction portal, I guess, and notice the amount of Axion available in today's auction has gone up by 250 million. Not 250 billion. I know there was almost some extra zeros thrown in there, but you guys settled on 250 million for today.
Mm-hmm.
Talk us through that.
So yeah, it was actually I think Pete C. He's one of our new initiates. He was all like, "Hey, you know, maybe we should just, you know, put 250 million Axion on the auction today." And, you know, we all agreed. Jack agreed, and you know, we went forward with the idea. So we decided to add that 250 million today. Hopefully it sells out. I guess we'll see. If it doesn't, you know, it'll be in the weekly auction. But yeah, I mean, now I think people will be able to plan more ahead. That, you know, oh, we have an auction coming up in 2 days, going to be 250 million. And, you know, an auction after that, 250 million. I think we're still going to need to engage with the community to decide if we want to do 4 a week at 250 million, or if we want to do, you know, less and less. But I think as the price of Axion continues to grow, we'll probably do less and less. But, you know, in the meantime, I think it makes sense to maybe do 1 billion a week, and then as the price, you know, does what it does.
Yeah, and then that's kind of the point, was right. This was the auction manager change is going to allow us as a community then to determine kind of how do we kind of spread out all of those auctions. You know, what's available, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if it doesn't sell out today, what happens to the excess?
It goes to the weekly auction.
Okay, so for Friday, if we still see that as being kind of the catch-all then for what doesn't sell out in the week.
Yeah, and I think that makes the most sense. Anything that doesn't sell out, you know, ends up in the weekly auction for that big auction pool. But I don't think we're going to see another, you know, 12 billion auction.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think we can all.
That was the point.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the 250 million, is that every day?
No,
just the billion spread out, whatever that is.
So that's exactly what we need to engage the community with, is
okay.
What does the community feel, you know, after the first week of us having 1 billion, 250 million for 4 days, how does the community feel about it? And then eventually, you know, we would like to automate it rather than Jack having to go to his computer every every day and be like, oh, I have to add another 250 million in type of thing. Or actually, no, it wouldn't actually be Jack. Sorry. Part of our upgrade, which I'm sure we'll get to, is we added the managers to the Nosis safe. So not one person can control the system anymore.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a part of that. Yeah. So, I mean, if we're talking 50 billion a year, well, the big paydays were 350 days apart. So, roughly 50 weeks, right? So 50 billion for 50 weeks is, we want to kind of roll out about $1 billion a week into these auctions. That's the idea, I assume. And see how the community and the general population does, as far as converting their Ethereum into Axion and staking it via the auction. So let's roll over to the next one. We heard this a lot in determining what we're going to do about this discount, Uniswap, in the auction discount, that sort of thing. We're at par now. So what does that mean?
So it's funny, after we had our meeting about the upgrades, I was in the Gen voice. I'm like, all right, guys, this is what you want to vote on. And in Gen voice, I was like, guys, I have no idea what this means. I'm so confused. But after today, I understand what you guys voted on. So basically, the discount rate is now set to 0%. For now, at least. But that doesn't mean there's not still a discount. Invite your friend, get his 10% bonus. Get his 20% bonus. He gets 10% bonus. So it's not like there isn't a discount. There's still technically a discount if you refer. But as for the discount rate, there is no more discount rate. And we didn't add a premium either. So that's basically what the discount rate is now. It's just at par. It's the same exact as the Uniswap 7 day daily average.
7 day daily average. Okay. That's something I think the community, there's probably a bunch that totally understand it. And I'll admit that I don't fully, could break that down, the 7 day average and how that plays into the auction price and all that. That might be something that we kind of double click on at a later date to really understand how the auction works. How is the price determined when you go in versus.
So think about this, right? So technically we're at the price 128, right? Today. And in a week from now, we have an auction that has 250 million in there, and the 7 day average is actually, now we're at a 1.7, but the current price of Axion is 2.1. Then it's going to be very beneficial to get into that auction, because you don't just get the discount from it being a 7 day average price is lower than Uniswap. You can also get that discount from the referral. But now, we've also added that barrier of like the auto stake duration of 60 days. And so that keeps you in the coin, and it keeps us from that arbitrage that we were seeing at the beginning.
Got it. Okay. And that's, I think, the next one, talking about the fact that when you do now go and bid in the auction, when it ends and you come out of that with your Axion, it's a lot longer than 14 days now.
Yeah. So I think we are already seeing people want to have the idea of having a slider to determine their auto stake duration. I think Mike's going to be on here maybe later and talking about this, about his idea where, based on how long your stake duration is, maybe you can get some sort of discount. That's also something maybe we can talk about. But yeah, so right now the auction auto stake length is a fixed 60 days. In the dev team, Jack was already asking, so like, is that possible to like change like per base or case by case scenario? And so that's something I think we're probably gonna add in the immediate future.
I think it makes sense, and it's something obviously the community is going to have to vote on in any sort of change. But if the minimum is 60, great. But I think it'd be cool that if I was going to dump some Ethereum in and as part of my staking strategy, I'm going to end up staking it anyway, whether it was going to be in 14 days under the old contract or 60 days now. What if I wanted to stake for a year or 5 years or 5 days, that I could bid my Ethereum and I could change that? Obviously the minimum is 60 right now, but I could slide that up to 5,555 days and put my Ethereum in, knowing that whatever I come out with my Axion, it's going to be staked for that duration, and be able to choose what that is. I think that's just really cool, customizable way to interact with the contract.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool. The next one. Oh, there's a change to the free claims if you're a Hex holder.
Yes, so we're giving the Hex holders up to 30 days to free claim their Hex now. So January 28th is when we will get rid of the Hex free claim altogether. We've also capped it to 10 billion. So as of this current moment, there's only 10 billion worth of Axion able to be free claimed from Hex free claimers now.
That's
So
it.
pretty simple update.
It sounds like fair. There's been a fair amount of time for everybody that's involved in Hex to come on over and get it if they want to get it.
Mm-hmm.
If people from Hex want to kind of protest the fact that Axion exists by I'm not going to free claim kind of mentality, that's their right. All three of us on Axion today are Hex holders. Hex is how we got into Axion, and we love Hex, and we definitely claimed it. So, and we support Hex. So, yeah, I hope the Hex holders get on board.
It's
and if they don't, what happens? That just pools into the big paydays or the auctions, or it's just open.
It's just gone.
It's just gone.
That's burned Axion essentially.
It's burnt. Okay, so
it's burned.
I want to clarify that. So that billion is burnt if it's not claimed.
You'd be a fool not to take free money.
I mean, technically, it was never minted, so it just doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Okay, gotcha.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's good to know. So
there it is, 28th of January. Tell your Hex friends, anybody, they have till January 28th to get their free claimed Axion.
Or don't tell them.
Or don't tell them. Yeah.
Or don't tell them. It's time for them to, make a decision. Maybe some of them were thinking, wait and see how things go, or if it's safe, or whatever their excuse was. Well, now their decision is going to have to be made a lot quicker.
I mean, quite honestly, a lot of people are saying, hey, why should we tell them? It's going to be burnt anyway, so it doesn't really affect us. You could say, well, maybe they're going to dump on us in a year's time. But myself and many Bitcoin claimed Hex, when that came out, they also bought in. So I'm a firm believer that if all of a sudden someone, gets something, they free claim it, they're sitting back and they're watching that project. And then they're like, hey, wait a minute, maybe I'm going to toss a bit into it. Right. So I still think it's a good strategy to tell people about it, because I think they're one of the easiest to convert. If they free claim, they're already going to be watching. They're probably going to buy some. I did the same thing with Hex. Many others do the same thing. So I think that's initially what's behind the free claim. It's going away in 30 days. So, I mean, there's not really much to worry about, but I think it's definitely a better strategy to have people free claim, because quite honestly, they get the itch and they're like, nah, maybe I'll throw a few ETH in, and all of a sudden now they're just part of the ecosystem, and now they're comparing and they're watching, but at least they're now kind of a believer. A lot of people from Hex have come over. It's staggering when you start actually talking to different people. There's a lot of people that are in Axion because of Hex. So I think there's still, that segment out there that maybe have heard disinformation about Axion. All of a sudden now they know they only have 30 days left. It's one thing when you got a whole year. Well, I'll see if it goes to zero in the next month or two. Now there's like a real ticking clock going on where they only have 30 days. So my suggestion is, if you know someone, tell them it's going away. That's it. Mm-hmm. They can get in or not, but it's up to them.
And make sure they know that
if you don't claim things that are free, you're an idiot.
Well
said, Richard. Yeah, well said, Richard Hart. Right there.
That never gets old.
Every once in a while, Richard jumps on just to remind us that you need to take the free money.
You do.
Exactly.
You do.
I'm looking at the live chat, and there's someone here who says Hex is a superior product. It wasn't functional. Axion wasn't functional when it was launched. Well, he is a person who we're very glad to have him here, of course, that he's just been a victim of misinformation. Axion was fully functional. We had a sneak attack on the project, had nothing to do with any flaws in any sort of code. And hopefully that information is out to everyone. But as we see, Do D1040 is under the impression that it was flawed. And, it was the fault of the people in Axion who created the project that it went bad. Well, it didn't go bad. We're back. And there was an actual thief who was working with one of the dev teams that we don't really use anymore. And the thief was actually, found out his name and everything. So the project's solid. We are here. We are still here.
Oh, yeah. We're moving forward. We're getting stronger than ever. I mean, that's just the end of the story. And if someone wants to spread FUD or misinformation, they can do it all they want. That's fine. But really, I mean, if you have Hex, you can free claim it for free. I mean, there's really no risk whatsoever when you're free claiming something for free. But we can move on from the Hex free claims, but that's all I'll say is it's crazy if you're not.
If I could also say, I think one of our big things about the layer 2 is we're trying to move away from Hex. We're not trying to be Hex, you know.
Correct.
Like Hex is its own product, and it
Sure.
should continue to be its own product. We can
Mhm.
live in an ecosystem where there's multiple products that are doing the same thing. So
100%, 100%. I mean, just look at the ETH ecosystem just around ETH itself, right? There's a lot of projects that operate. I mean, look at what's happening right now in just crypto in general. Bitcoin is moving. All of a sudden now ETH is starting to move, and then the alt season, guys, it's coming. 2021. Everyone's going to benefit. Again, if there's good code and good projects, the entire crypto ecosystem benefits. This whole tribal mentality sometimes gets tiring because look, man, we got to basically get this message out to the whole world. And a lot of people are going to be looking into crypto in 2021. Mark my words on that.
Mhm.
That's for sure.
It's gone mainstream, you know, really. And everywhere you look, normies are learning about it. And I know that because I was a normie and here I am. And so it's going to explode. People like me are in crypto.
That's right. If people like Patricia are in crypto, trust me, they're coming in. They're coming in huge.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right. Well, big payday.
Woo.
Looks like you guys did a little bit of a test. You just sent 1 billion there, but that's kind of a test, right? Or is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, that was kind of like a test. I mean, we knew it was going to work. I think we just wanted to. We were actually more so testing the Nosis Safe Manager address because we were trying. Because I don't know who was watching the stream, but we were all like, wait a second. We have to use the admin or the proxy admin, not the implementation address, because the proxy admin is where all the data is living. And so we actually we were more so sending it to the big payday to test that Nosis safe, the multi-sig, make sure no one, we have that trustless environment. But yeah, we will be adding the 50 billion to big payday soon. I think just to kind of keep people on their toes, maybe we'll do like 5 billion a week, or maybe like 100 million here, 2 million there. You know what I mean? Just whatever works best. And then eventually, that 50 billion will get added to big payday.
Do we know? Sorry to interrupt, but do we know the actual total? It's one thing to keep adding and keep people on their toes, but do we know the exact total split out by 5 years?
So that wait, sorry, say that again.
Do we know the total? Like, do we know the total of the big paydays?
Yeah,
approximate.
It's 50 billion. So 50 billion spread out between 5 years, which 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, 30% for year 1 through 5.
So you could tell people basically the big payday split over 5 years is 50 billion in total.
Yes, plus any penalties for unstaking, because I believe that penalties from unstaking should also end up in the big payday, unless
doesn't that actually go into the auctions, or have you changed that?
No, that does go into the auction. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Misinformation in my head. Yeah, so it'll be 50 billion over 5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
So 50 billion, and that's the total. There's nothing else moving in there, which it shouldn't, because my understanding was that anybody emergency unstaking, it's going into the auction pools.
Exactly. Just as the white paper states. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. And speaking of white paper, is there a lot of changes being made, or is that already updated? Do you know?
So there's a lot of changes getting made. I'm sure, I think Paul has a little bit of information to share with everyone. But yeah, the white paper is getting updated, and some other good things are in the pipeline.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. I didn't know I was sharing anything about the white paper. Sorry.
I just want to say that because sometimes these changes get made and all of a sudden, like, hey, it hasn't been updated.
I know they're getting worked on. I know the white paper is being updated.
Yeah. Part of the development team, like when you guys are doing stuff, and you're probably already doing this, is to have another team that basically makes sure that the white paper, because that's kind of the official documentation of anything that's done. I mean, if someone really wasn't on Discord and they weren't on Telegram, they're going to click on that white paper, and anything there, if there's an update or anything in there, it should be in the white paper. That's kind of the official documentation.
And I mean, look at that. I just tried to spread misinformation. You want the exact information? Go read our white paper.
There we go.
Good question in the chat, or at least I think it's a good question. Andy Wales says, is that 1 billion divided across the 5 big paydays? Remember, we talked about the 5 big paydays as part of what's going to be coming up.
So it's 50 billion. So it's, the 1 billion is spread across, not equally, but it's spread across. If you read the white paper, you'll know it's 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%, and 30% in terms of year 1 through 5. And that's will basically be the 50 billion. So if we just do quick math real quick, 50 billion going into the BPD, The 10% of that is going to be 5 billion. So we should expect 5 billion to get paid out on the first BPD, and then you guys do the rest of the math.
Yeah.
But that's
15, 20, 25, and 30. Yeah. So it's pays to, as we all know, pays to stake longer, to get as much of that as you possibly can, within your,
a crypto
strategy.
newbie could just get in as early as they can to Axion and stake for pretty long, and then really literally walk away. They don't have to be, I mean, we love everyone in Discord. We love everybody watching this. We love all of this participation with the community, but you really wouldn't have to. You just stake and bake, and make sure to keep track of the dates that your stakes come on.
Stake and bake. I like that.
Stake and bake. Well, that's the thing though too, right? Is if all of a sudden you're in there for the big paydays, understand that if you stake for a year, just after that big payday, and you unstake and you get out, you're getting in with less shares for your big payday number 2, right? So, I mean, we're going to get into shares, shake and bake. We're going to get into it a little bit, but I have a question as well. As far as the shares, I know this was a question that people were bringing up. Has the share rate been addressed as far as, and
Good
also
question.
if it has, what's the calculation methodology that's happening in order to calculate the share rate?
Great question. So DefDro is our mathematician, as everyone I'm sure has heard, and he is still working on the best formula that we can possibly have. He's very close, and we promise you guys this is like super important to us. DefDro has not done much in terms of like what we've just upgraded, the proposals, because he is hard at work, trying to figure out the share rate, the best mathematical formula, and the best way to implement it. So,
cool.
That is very important to us. And we're not just putting on the back burner, and we promise you guys. And so the share rate should be fixed as soon as possible.
Okay. And then, that share rate, is that something that's going to be voted on, or is that something that's just going to be implemented based on the best math? Share rate, as far as an exponential increasing share, structure, it's incredibly vital to the project.
You're right.
It can't be more vital than the idea of it's always increasing in price. If not, there is no incentive whatsoever for you to stake long or get in early or any of that matter. So I'm glad that it's being worked on. The question is, as far as these different strategies, is that something that's going to be open to the community, or is that just something that's going to be implemented?
So that's I think you're right. I think it should be actually, the community should know our new formula, and I think that might be something that we should maybe vote on.
Cool.
So I think I'll talk to Jack after this, and talk to the rest of the team, and maybe get something out there to you guys and let you guys know kind of what direction we're headed in.
So as it stands right now, it's frozen in time. Right now, the share rate is at 1.09.
It's frozen in time. So if you guys, this is the best time to get into the auction. This is the best time to stake, and this is kind of like that moment in time where we know something's up, and this is kind of your time to take advantage of that.
Cool.
Vitally important that gets sorted out. So yeah,
very.
It should be going up slowly, but should be going up a little bit every day.
Exactly.
So good.
Very good. All right, I think we have. I wanted to make sure we brought this up. So people keep hearing Nosis. You keep saying Nosis safe, whatever. Can you kind of just explain briefly kind of what that is and why that was important?
It's all Greek to me.
Yeah. So
it
Nosis,
is Greek, right?
So Nosis Safe is our multi-sig platform. So if you were to actually go to nosis-safe.io, by the way, they're not paying me for this. You would actually be able to create an account that would be able to do things on the blockchain depending on how many signatures you get. So right now we have 2 Nosis safes. We have one for the upgrading of the contract, and then we have one for the manager roles. And so the reason why we separated into 2 is because your upgrader cannot be any role associated to the contract. So that's why we have 2. And so both of them have the same exact rules. You need 4 or more signatures to actually let an upgrade go through or let some sort of transaction go through. And so the manager role has been upgraded to Nosis Safe, and the manager role is no longer in control by just one person, who before was Jack.
Okay. I vote for Patricia to have a manager role to the Nosis Safe. What do you think? I think that's something.
Well,
Patricia would be like, what do I do? I have no idea what it does, but thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
In Greek. So
the last signature pays the gas fee. So hey, Patricia, sign up.
yeah, exactly. We've got Andy Wales in the chat saying Gnosis is esoteric knowledge of spiritual truth held by the ancient Gnostics to be essential to salvation. But in the case of this, of course, it's just basically knowledge.
Knowledge.
Yep.
All right. So next, I think everybody is, still kind of buzzing from Scott's proposal about our Axion venture mutual fund, or whatever we're going to call it. That proposal, I assume, is going to be in front of the general population soon and voted on. I'm curious, from the dev perspective, are you guys already kind of building the framework out for something like that? Because we're assuming it's going to be very popular and probably pass, depending on how it's written. But are you guys working on that yet?
I want to say yes, but the truth is, with the holidays and how fast we got this proposal out, we haven't started working on it yet. But I'm actually super excited to start. I've started to think about it, not implement it though.
Well, you guys, I know, turned around the update for this upgrade very quickly.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for, most people kind of taking some time off this past week, probably could have been implemented even sooner, right? Just the time of year, but you guys work very, very quickly, obviously. And
so unlike the auction manager, this is going to be something that I even suggesting that maybe we should get an audit on this specific code. I'm not really sure yet, but the Axion Venture Fund is going to have to definitely be very methodical, well thought out, well planned, and it's not something that I want to rush through, in my opinion, because this is definitely, I think, a future make it or break it, feature for Axion. For like it's where we're headed essentially, and if we do it wrong, there goes all our trust. And I think trust is big in this community. I think every time we do something with this community, we try to make sure it's done perfect. Like today when we were doing the live stream, there was a moment where we all forgot that we needed to add a role to the auction manager, and we were just fumbling for like 20 minutes. And I'm just thinking in my head, oh my God, everyone's watching us. The trust of the community is just dying. So it's like I think we just want to keep the trust there, and we want to make sure that we just program it as perfect as possible. And I might even suggest throwing an audit onto that specific bit of code.
I think so. I think it's a crucial element that you're putting together. And, I don't think Axion's ever been shy as far as wanting to do audits and numerous amounts of them. So I think with something like that, with people just coming into the ecosystem, I think it would be wise to have it audited. Yeah.
People in the live chat are saying yes to the audit too.
For sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
It makes sense. It makes sense to, like you said, to be uber diligent on and going through all of those paces to make sure, because it's such a big part of the future. So I'm sure the community, well, obviously it'll be voted on, but it will probably, if it goes to a vote on the audit, then like Robbie said, we like to audit and bulletproof things as much as we can. So it definitely wouldn't hurt to have that tested.
I think the Axion motto is next audit or win audit.
Win audit.
Yeah, win audit. Yeah.
Win audit. And there is one other thing, Travis, you kind of gave me a little bit of inside info, but I wanted to make sure that we mentioned it, that there is going to be a pretty big redesign of the website and the portal coming up pretty soon as well.
Yes, exactly. We want to have just a fresh 2021, have all of this 2020 behind us. So that's going to include redesign. It's going to include, maybe even a little bit of, logo updates. We're just going to have a complete set. It's going to be way more professional than ever before. Axion is meant to be professional. We're going to be professional. And I hope, everything we're doing is just going to show the path that we're headed to.
Sounds good. Brighter colors. I mean, sounds like something a woman would say, but I like interior decorating, and I think bright colors would make it a more enjoyable experience to use.
Do we need the whole thing to kind of have a woman's touch?
Yeah. Hey, we'll send it to Patricia first.
All right. I'll be
Well,
in charge
cool.
of colors.
Yeah, we'll actually have like a color, like that. The cool thing about this redesign is we're going with a company that's very professional, and they're gonna have a complete color palette. Everything is we're gonna have a mood board. Everything is just gonna be right there for us. We're gonna be able to give our logos to everyone in the community. You guys will know what our logo is. I think right now every Axion token has had a different logo. It's all going to be the same logo now. It's going to have the color palette. And so I think, I was talking to Paul, I got to make sure I give him the color palette so that his website coming up has the exact same colors that we're looking for.
Yeah, even the Axion Today logo might have to change the way the Axion looks if it all goes that way. Yeah, but we're open to that, of course.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. Cool. Well, thanks, Travis. Really appreciate the update. Again, congratulations to you and the dev team for all that you did just today, and we're looking forward to you guys get back to work, right? So, but anyway, thanks so much for walking through it. We really want to make sure that you guys get the credit for all of the hard work behind the scenes, because we know it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen unless you guys are burning the midnight oil, I'm sure, many, many nights. So thank you on behalf of the entire Axion Nation. Thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah.
And we can't wait to see what's next.
Sorry, go on, Patricia.
Well, I just mean, I noticed you've got a bottle of window cleaner on your kitchen counter, so it's nice to know that you're keeping things clean.
Actually, yesterday was our house cleaning day. So.
Oh yeah, I see.
Today is our organizing day, so we're gonna get that off the counter.
All right.
No, but seriously, thank you guys. We do it for you guys, and obviously we're all investors of Axion, but we want the community to join in our wealth with us. So
awesome stuff. All right, well, I guess we'll kind of transition. Travis, you gonna be able to hang around, or are you gonna head back to the green room, grab something, or you want to stay on the stream?
Oh, if you guys want to keep me on the stream, I'll stay.
We might have to reference if the question comes up. So yeah, let's just keep them on.
That's fine. Right. I'll stay on the stream. Let me just quickly take a bathroom break.
Well, that's
all right.
And put away that window.
In the green room for the. Yeah.
We'll bring him back once he's done.
Well, yeah, the bathroom is in the green room, right? So
it's a really nice bathroom. It has a gold toilet. I made sure of that.
Such power. Paul has such power, just whipping people all around.
Yeah, exactly. My mouse just died, so now I got to use this. Oh man. So I don't know. I'll work on it later. Anyway, so that was cool. It was really cool to see that happening again live this morning on the stream. It's so cool that they do that, and we can kind of see it actually as they are, deploying and making the changes and that sort of thing. So I think we're going to switch gears now and really talk about the community and focus on the community, because what a year it's been. And it's hard to believe, like you said, Patricia, we're closing out 2020, this week. And could the future look any brighter for Axion right now with everything that we have going on? Could it? I mean, it's hard to think that it could be even better than it is now.
I'm excited. So is everybody in our live chat. And I want to just take a real quick moment to say hello to Carol and Quartz and Jade M and Prana Aum and Richard Hitchcock and Pantherman and Barnholt, people who've just joined in the past, couple of minutes or so. Everybody is in on this. Everyone who's in on this is excited, or they wouldn't be here. So it's a great feeling. Got that mouse fixed?
It is. It works. Okay. Got it fixed. That was rough. All right. So I think we've got some invites out for some folks to join us, I believe, Robbie. So in the meantime, let's bring onto the show for the very first time your favorite moderator and mine.
Yay.
I hope he's still there.
From Panama and from
Live from Panama. Big Bear, how you doing, man?
Crypto.
Hola, ¿cómo están a todos?
Hello.
Are
you enjoying a New Year's beverage? I know there's champagne back there, but we put some vodka there because we know you like vodka.
Yeah, vodka's my flavor of the day, so for sure.
Enjoy.
No, happy to be here. Thanks for the invite, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Travis is back, so he's a little bit lighter.
There we go.
Big Bear. So let's start talking a little bit about 2020. In the rearview mirror, there's a lot of good memories, some bad ones, but I mean, what's the biggest thing you're going to take away from your Axion experience so far?
Well, listen, for me, I mean, I've been with Axion literally since when it was born as Hex 2T. I am like like all of you Axion Today people and many of the people that belong to Axion, I am a Hex holder. I'm a Hex holder. I'm a Hex staker. And when I saw the Hex 2T project be launched, I was already a believer in the concept. So because I got into Hex a little bit late, I thought this would be the great opportunity to get on board of a similar project with some different things early. So I got involved, and you know, who knew that this project was going to evolve to what it is today?
Oh, your mic just died on us.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It sounds like a phone or something went doo doo doo, and then his audio went.
That's my notifications. It's probably my Twitter notifications
Okay,
coming.
now you're good. Yes, it's muting you out.
Yeah, sorry. So I mean, obviously, it was a risk to get involved in a project with an anon founder so early in the game, given what the DeFi space has sort of started as and transitioned through, and what we're dealing with today. There it goes again. Sorry, guys.
Every time your notification goes off, your mic has a hiccup.
There, I think I just solved it.
Okay, cool.
Cool, you're back.
So yeah, you know, the project's come a long ways. The vision has always been strong. Jack has been a paramount leader as far as I'm concerned. He's always delivered when he said he was going to. He has maneuvered and you know, bobbed and weaved when we've needed to. He's built up a great core team around him with Jubbin, Jojo, Brainson. We got a number of things in there. You know, and the devs, I mean, you know, look at when the official launch happened, and I will be the first to say I was sitting at my desk and watched that Ren candle pierce through the bottom of my screen. And, you know, it was a moment that I will never, ever forget. But like I was talking with some of you guys in the green room before, everything that has happened to this project since its inception has brought us to where we are right now, to this day. And if I had to go through it all again, I would have no problem doing so to know where we are now. Now, why do I say that? I say that because crypto moves at such a fast pace. And you look at this whole thing started with Bitcoin and only Bitcoin. And now we have, you know, what, 2,500 plus projects in the ecosystem. So you look at how fast crypto moves, at the pace it moves, at the pace it evolves. And, you know, the people that are behind that are people like T-Deli and developers en masse. I would much rather, you know, I'll preface this by saying there's been, you know, some sentiment within the community and from outside the community about people who say, well, Axion is no longer a decentralized project because now we have layer 2, we have upgradable contracts, et cetera, et cetera. For me personally, and this is just only my opinion, and people can take it for what it's worth, I would much rather be involved and have way more comfort being involved with a project that has the ability to evolve at every step of the way as this ecosystem, specifically speaking crypto and specifically inside of that decentralized finance, continues to evolve. You know, at the beginning of this year, according to DeFi Pulse, there was approximately $670 million in digital assets locked by the DeFi ecosystem. And now we're probably well over 15 billion. And the year's just ending. So as we move forward, as the ecosystem moves forward,
insane.
Isn't it actually kind of nice that we have the ability to steer this project to benefit itself and everybody that is involved with it? Meaning every single token holder, every single staker, everybody. The entire Axion ecosystem has the ability to evolve as crypto evolves. Like, I don't know, it's mind-blowing to me that the ability or all of the capabilities that we have moving forward. It's just, I feel blessed to be where we are. Given everything that's happened, I feel blessed to be at the point we are. Period.
Even with Ilya and the exploit, if that didn't happen, then we would be kind of like a person who has a horrible disease but doesn't know about it, going around planning their life. Eventually, that's going to come to the surface, and in the middle of your plans for your wonderful life, you will die. We wouldn't have known, and it could have been horrible a year, 2 years out if somebody found that and exploited us.
Well, sure,
exactly. So much more.
I agree. And the flip side to having us with the ability to have a contract multi-sig for protection, for decentralization, is the fact that what if we were an immutable contract with burned admin keys? We would not be able to evolve as the ecosystem evolves. We would not be able to upgrade, to be able to make improvements, to be able to do what's best for the community. And I say what's best for the community because everything that is done with this project is community governance. The transparency that is present in Axion is unprecedented. Where else are you going to get to see devs do a live upgrade on camera?
Where are you going to see? Where are you going to be able to see devs do a live rug pull live on camera? Pull the liquidity, right? The infamous last words of Travis. Yeah,
I'm still waiting for a rug pull meme.
Yeah. We're still waiting for that. I'm just teasing, but honestly, the transparency, and then I wouldn't worry too much about, just even messing up, because again, it shows you being genuine, shows you being honest, and no one's perfect. But again, you're doing these checks and double checks, but you're totally spot on when it comes to the level of transparency with the accounting, with the community dev team. Everything is just so beyond anything else out there in the crypto space.
Listen, I'm 51 years old now. And when I was in my early 20s, I was working at a job, and my boss came to me one day and he said, listen, I was frustrated about something. And he said, listen, the only thing constant in life is change. And when you're through changing, you're through. You're done. So, that I believe that philosophy envelops everything in life and everything that we're connected to. We're all evolving, we're all changing, and the world is going to continue pressing forward, and everything that surrounds us is always changing. So, being able to adapt is paramount for me.
I mean, if you guys think about it, Ethereum is adapting. What is Ethereum 2.0 besides an upgrade?
Exactly.
100%. Well, yeah.
People are mentioning, I see in chat there, cover. Travis, you brought this up earlier today before the show. There was something that was exploited. 6 months down the road, you said that they've been around. The importance of obviously making sure that the changes, to your earlier point, with audits and things like that, but being able to change with the times is important.
Right. And I brought this up on Twitter quite a lot recently. It's like, unlike other projects, like Cover was safe. Then it went to Safe 2. Then it became Cover. When they literally made their users, constantly change platform, and now they're at Cover, and Cover is a malleable project, I believe, if I'm not uncertain. The reason why they're able to fix the audit, I mean, I've read this stuff. I'm not, maybe I need someone to fact check me, but I've heard that Cover actually fixed their exploit. So now it's safe to be in Cover, but still at the end of the day, the trust is gone there, but they were able to upgrade their platform 3 times, so yeah.
Well, I guess it goes more towards, with the big update, like we, potentially are talking about with the venture fund, is that we, do the due diligence there with audit and economic audit and code audit, and don't just rush in, hey, we have this ability to just change whatever. Let's not abuse that and just think that we can just do whatever. So that's also I think an important point as well. But Big Bear, you know, what you're talking about is just so key. You know, the fact that we can be flexible with, you know, whatever the changing the times are, what the community wants, what the community needs. You know, that can then, those are all, we have possibilities, you know, it's going to be brought up for a vote. You know, the dev team is going to dissect it, see how we can do it, have it audited, but we can change with the times. And one thing's for sure, this is a long-term deal. This is a get rich slow project. So we need to be able to think long-term and make changes, you know, that are going to benefit those stakers that are out there for a year, for 5 years, for 5,555 days, people that are setting 5,555 stakes today, you know, and ones that plan to do that as their stakes come due, and they're, you know, maybe planning on taking the interest and restaking the principal and going out another 5,555 days. That's what we need to be planning for.
And, you know, Jeremy Norman, he has perfect. This is a perfect comment. Axion is changing how DeFi world sees itself. Decentralization doesn't mean immutable contracts. It means exactly what Axion is implementing. You're right. And like why is Ethereum allowed to come out with Ethereum 2.0, but we can't come out with layer 2? Makes no sense. And honestly, I have so much trust in us. As far as I know, Ethereum's platform has actually, they've sold some of their Ethereum, you know? I mean, the only thing we're doing is paying people and whatnot. So Jack hasn't sold any of his Axion at all. He doesn't even have Axion as far as I know. So
I always try and draw a parallel between crypto and legacy business, legacy finance, legacy business. Could you imagine if Elon Musk only ever had one shot at making Tesla right? Okay. Like that should be enough perspective for anybody to grasp.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, the way that Axion is being run, the way it has evolved, the way we've come from it, the inception to where we are now, should be a beacon for other projects moving forward. It should be a beacon of light for other projects to aspire to. Become transparent, become decentralized with the ability to evolve. Because without evolution, none of us are sitting here having this conversation today, period.
Yeah, no, 100%.
exactly.
Spot on. Even the word decentralization, I mean, nothing really truly is 100% decentralized. It's just an impossibility if you actually stop and think about it. So I think a lot of people, you know, get mixed up and they say, well, wait a minute, this thing has to be 100% decentralized. But really, there is no crypto that's 100% decentralized the way you look at it. But it's a far cry from the standard traditional markets and how they operate. And the level, like I said, of the transparency, you don't see this. You think Elon is like letting the whole community see them doing, you know, upgrades live or, you know, voting. Usually it's not done like that whatsoever. And this is the incredible thing about Axion moving forward and adapting for the future. And quite honestly, the brains and brilliance that are in this community are outstanding, incredible.
Sorry, I had to step away for a moment, but in the live chat, I was going to the points that you were making. Jeremy Norman says, Axion is changing how the DeFi world sees itself. Decentralization doesn't mean immutable contracts. It means exactly what Axion is implementing.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah.
Really?
Great minds. Yeah. We pulled up that comment. That's hilarious. Yeah.
Same comment? Oh, great.
Yep.
Yeah. No, it was good. You recognized it. It was
you get recognized a ton. Yeah, he's just sitting back. He's like, "Yep, that was a good comment of mine."
And hey, sorry, I gotta go to one more comment. T Deli is the most important man. Listen, man, it's not me. Okay, it's all the dev team. I could not do this without the dev team. I just want, like, I may be right now the face right now. It is not me. It is every single person on the dev team. It is not me. It is everyone. That's all I can say. And thank everyone on the dev team, not just me.
Right.
Please.
That's right. I mean, cool to see. We got to see their faces.
What are the usernames? Just so for the community to know if they see them on Discord. If you do know the usernames, maybe just mention them, Travis. That you could explain.
Deftro, Imkrish, Audiosyn, and Envy. They are, including myself. We call ourselves the core 5. You know, so we're the core 5 devs. You know, we're adding, you know, more devs. We have some green guy. He's fucking amazing. I'm sorry. He is amazing. And so Pete C is actually, has actually tested us the last couple of days. Maybe a new guy, but he's tested us on how we are doing a couple of things. And he actually had a couple good ideas that we actually implemented for the auction manager. So I mean, dude, it's just everyone. It's such an amazing dev team. Like the fact that none of us actually know each other in real life, it's just such an amazing experience to be a part of.
And Audio Sin was on with you a couple shows ago already. So
yes, and Audio Sin is the beautiful man, as everyone remembers.
Well, like you said, we got such a great group of developers that emerged, with the, with what happened and having to get us back to, what we all believe we could be, after that exploit. So it was just so cool to see how things developed. And, I'm still shocked at how I have to believe that there's a higher power at work here because of the way this is all going down. We shouldn't even be here talking today. We really shouldn't be with what happened, and to be able to sit here and go, Axion's future has never been brighter, and it just continues because of the people that are involved. This project has something for everybody. You got the techie stuff, you got the, all of that, but you've got some real people here and that really care about this thing. And I mean, this is like reality TV it doesn't have much on this project and what's been going on and how this has all happened. And it's just really remarkable. I really just kind of pinch myself and go, how are we even still here? We went to zero twice. The second time was on purpose, but we went to zero twice.
Yes.
Anyway, so I'm just blown away by this, and 2020 in the rearview mirror. That's good for a lot of reasons, but 2021's looking pretty good. I got
a question for Big Bear, going back to what you were saying. But what was initially the first thing that really drew you to the project? I mean, obviously you were curious, but what's really made you go, "Whoa, there's something here"? What was it? I'm curious.
I think originally it was about the buybacks. It was about not all the money going to the OA.
Sure. So it was the big difference in the structure of the OA not getting 50% of everything.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously the project has been reiterated as we've gotten to here, but that was the original. I mean, I got the whole concept.
Gotcha.
Of what Hex was about and what Axion was trying to improve upon. So that was, for me, that was enough for me to jump in the pool.
So you as a Hex investor, someone that came, from that project, you still think it is a good idea to completely 110% separate at all from any type of trace with Hex, whether it's free claims, whether it's all the, I guess, baggage in ways before it was looked at as kind of an embracing of that community, but we know how that turned out. So you are in favor of the direction it's going as a Hex investor?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite comfortable with taking that path. I think there are similarities, obviously, but there's so much more innovative stuff being done with Axion moving forward that we don't need to rely on anybody else. I think we've already proven, or not, I say we very loosely, but that Axion has proven to this point to stand out from the rest just by the transparency that we've given, by the ability to evolve, to improve things. So no, I think it's important that we do move out from underneath the shadow of Hex and stand on our own and continue to put forth initiatives and good
in
things.
Ways that Axion died. The way I look at it, in ways that old Axion that was kind of, complementary or almost like wanting to attach itself to Hex, it died. It's already died. The new rebirth of Axion moving forward is completely different. Obviously with layer 2, all of these different dynamics, but really it died. That old kind of vision of what Axion was, it really doesn't resemble anything like that it used to be. And quite honestly, it died, right? So that rebirth is something brand new, which to me is very exciting.
And Hex was our father, and we moved away from home and are now living on our own and supporting ourselves. And
another great analogy.
We can always count on Patricia with analogies. There you go. We're on our own now.
We grew up and we got out on our own, and now we have our own life.
Exactly. And Hart is something we don't have. We don't have one Richard Hart. All of us collectively are Richard Hart together. You know, we are the force behind Axion. Like he is the force behind Hex. So,
and I honestly think personally for myself that you're going to see decentralized finance evolve, like a lot more other projects that are going to follow, and many projects that are already existing. I think you're going to see a lot of other projects moving to a layer 2 solutions to allow themselves to evolve as well. Because, like I said, when your code is immutable and you have no wiggle room or no way to bob and weave with how the ecosystem as a whole is evolving, you're going to become antiquated really, really fast. So I think you're going to see a lot of other projects starting to adopt layer 2 solutions to allow them to grow.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We'll probably be able to look at Axion as one that successfully did that, you know, and kind of a, making it feasible, you know, and seeing that it can be done, and there's a right way to do it and obviously a wrong way. But I don't know, you 5 core devs look at it as setting some new standards in the space. You think beyond Axion and see what, you know, what are the ripples in the pond, you know, for all of crypto when it comes to being flexible and being able to do these things as the needs of the community change.
Yeah, I think it's super cool. I think we all just think it's super cool that we continue to stream, you know, the updates and do this and that. I think, you know, we're hoping maybe this kind of changes DeFi space a little bit. Like, why aren't you live streaming your launch of your, you know, whatever your coin is named? Why not? What are you scared of? You know, I think that's really what it comes down to.
Others will do it too in the future. But remember, you saw it here first.
Right.
That's right.
It's a good question. Why would
everything
you
live.
not? Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? You're talking about transparency, and Axion has, with Jack's leadership, has demonstrated that is how we are always going to operate. And other projects that that are going to emerge in 2021 and beyond, you'd have to think that they would see those things and realize that, well, that's kind of the standard now, or that's the way you should do it, because there's going to be a lot of questions if you don't do it the way that Axion did. I don't know, just thinking out loud, you know.
I think a lot of coins are trying to fix that. Like, I think there's a couple new coins that are like, oh, you know, or like Trust Swap, you know, use Trust Swap and make everyone trust you. I mean, yeah, that's good and all, but I mean, I think we've seen a couple projects where Trust Swap was named and people went into it and they got rug pulled. I'm not saying that was Trust Swap's fault, because I think they actually moved away from, they made their process a lot more rigorous to be involved with Trust Swap. But I mean, just showing your face, showing who you are, I think it makes a project a lot more transparent. And to be honest, like, now that we have this Core 5 dev team, now that you guys know who we are, it's like, I just think it makes it even more transparent than it was before. And I mean, sure, Jack isn't, you know, sure, Jack is anonymous, but he may be anonymous, but at the end of the day, I've never met someone who's more transparent and anonymous at the same time. It's crazy, you know?
Exactly. Agree. Yeah.
You can't fault somebody for wanting to not show their face, and you can't fault somebody for wanting to show their face.
And technically, he doesn't even like he can't do anything to the project. He really can't. At the end of the day, the project's now in the community hands. His manager address, it no longer exists. It's now the Nosis safe. You know, the only thing Jack is really doing at this point is just collecting the OA and leading where Axion is going next, essentially.
In our world, we've had a lot of people who have used their real names and shown their faces. I'm not talking crypto, I'm talking the world and everything that goes on. Real name, real face, and they've screwed us over big time in multiple areas of life. So it's no indication of a good person or a safe situation when somebody is showing their face and name. I mean, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. So with Jack, I think all of us at this point feel fantastic about him.
It's not all. It's not so much.
I'm almost there. I'm almost cracked the code who Jack is, but we'll stay tuned for that one.
I think Big Bear had mentioned it again, when you just see the level of transparency and being in it as long as, you know, many of us have been, you just see it time and time again. Jack delivers. If he says something's going to happen, it happens, right? and that alone, if you're sitting on the fence, and you're like, I don't know, I'm a little nervous, anonymous, who's that? Just go into announcements on Discord and go back to the beginning of June and just follow the course of everything that's transpired. And it's just amazing. It's amazing to see. So there's something very, very special about the project, this community, the team, everything. And quite honestly, do you think all these people that are flocking into Bitcoin care that there's no founder? I mean, nobody knows who, and I know it wasn't Craig Wright, but the fact is no one really knows, and it doesn't stop it. I mean, it just passed Visa as far as market cap. I mean, the thing is just a runaway train. No one cares, right? So this whole idea that, it's really important that we have someone behind it and a face, it doesn't fly with crypto. A lot of people can make that argument, but really in crypto, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let the project speak for itself. Let the people be the voice. And quite honestly, that's kind of what crypto is designed to be, is to get rid of any type of people, middleman, and just let her go. So I know a big.
So then where do you think about this transparent, launching live then? Are you still in favor of that being something that should happen in all
I think
projects?
it's awesome. No, I think no, I think it's totally cool. I think it's a one-upping pretty much anyone else out there, right? So it's kind of like, it's not like do it or not do it. It's awesome because no one else is doing it. How cool is it that all of a sudden there's going to be a major change and all of a sudden you're going to watch it being deployed live. You're going to be able to see it. It's there, it's like a record in history. It's literally kind of on the blockchain, although someone needs to back it up because YouTube could just, smash the channel and the way it goes. My point is, though, it's recorded, it's live, and you're not holding anything back, right? You're not hiding anything from the community. To me, it's just one-upping pretty much any other quote-unquote transparent or genuine community project out there when you do something to that degree. I was surprised. For one, it was that one-off, it was one thing, but then all of a sudden it was like, and these upgrades are going to be done live as well too. And it always kind of follows up with Axion today, where all of a sudden you can go deeper and kind of explain your process and what really happened, because people have got a lot of questions, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions here today. But it's really cool that everything is done live with Axion. Something happens, and then there's kind of a live stream while it's happening, and then also kind of a community get together where we all can kind of discuss it. That doesn't happen. Name any other crypto where that's happening. It's not happening. So I love being separate from the rest, standing out, and just being remarkable in everything that we stand for.
Shane Walker has a question to you, T. Daly. He says, is there a risk of exposing the code online live?
No, actually, our GitHub has all of the code on it. We're transparent now. There was only a moment in time when we had all the contracts private, but that's obviously because we were doing the layer 2, but you can just go right to our GitHub and check it out. I know that the current website has Rockin' Blocks GitHub. I can post the GitHub in general chat later for everyone to kind of go view. But there's no problem exposing our code. Everything we do should be transparent, and everyone should be able to see what we're doing in the future. So
Jade M says the dev live stream is definitely awesome. Silences the futters about devs doing shady stuff. Can't say that when it's shown live. So good.
Yeah, you guys got to see us freaking out a little bit today, but we got everything going perfect.
The best is when all of a sudden you run into a problem and you're like, oh no, why is it not working? It's supposed to be working. Oh no, it's not working. That's really funny. Eh? I always get a kick out of it because every stream I do this one. Did we forget everything? Did we forget anything? Did we? Oh no, we forgot something. And everyone's like freaking out. They're on pins and needles watching surgery.
Dude, I was definitely like, oh man. It was so funny because I actually had to step away for a second. I stepped away for 5 minutes. I had to do something, and that was the middle of the crisis. But I literally could not step away. I had to quickly call someone, and it was already scheduled, but it was hilarious. But we figured it out. It was great. It was a great time.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Ethan has a question, and he's had to ask it a couple times, and he's asking if I'm ignoring him. No, I'm not. He says, it was said the last live with the devs, maybe Travis, you remember, that the old Axion would be taken off CoinGecko, and he still sees it on there. So does anybody know what gives on that?
Okay, so right now it is holiday season. Etherscan is slow. CoinGecko is slow. Dex Tools is slow. Everyone, everything that requires some sort of customer support is super slow right now. I actually did the Etherscan thing last week, and I haven't even been able to get a message back from them. I actually sent them another message today after we did the launch, and I'm still waiting to hear back. So hoping that everything gets settled soon. I mean, obviously having a high Dex Tool score is really good, but we're getting there. Just give us 30 days.
There we go. We should just move to questions.
Yeah, we've kind of been doing Q&A pretty much off and on.
Down to the last 15 minutes of the show, so it's good. Let's get to the community questions. And
Ian Evelyn doesn't really have a question, but a good statement, who says, nothing goes as planned in IT. The greatness comes when you can solve issues on the fly. Great work, devs.
Appreciate it. Yeah. The amount of times I've launched a bug into an app, can't even tell you guys. So
I saw another good question. Oh, Warmack says, when do we get twice a week liquidity? I think this is the major update we're all excited about, since it'll let us survive the longer stakes.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Warmax.
Rephrase your question.
Yeah, rephrase the question. Yeah, I'm not sure either what he's saying there.
Here's a good question.
Is there anything in the contract that can be done? Gas prices. That was another
question.
Yeah, everyone's complaining about gas.
And some people, speaking of Hex, they have compared them as unstaking, and it's significantly cheaper. So I don't know if it's just bad code as far as bloated code. I shouldn't say bad code, but bloated code that could be, refined. I don't know. Maybe you can comment on, is that what you've seen in the code, that it's kind of a little bit bloated, not written, not coded kind of as lean as it should be?
Yes and no. I mean, I think we just kind of need to kind of go back and look at how the unstake works and really kind of see for ourselves what's happening. I mean, we obviously know how the unstake works, but there's probably something in the code that we can do to minimize those gas prices. And we're definitely gonna look at that in the future. Right now, obviously, we can only do one thing at a time, but definitely gas prices are something that's in our radar.
So in the meantime, guys, don't stake anything short and don't stake anything small, long, and big, and you don't have to worry about those gas fees.
There you go.
And never sell Axion.
Yeah, never sell.
Yes. No.
And if you have to do something, when the gas price is something crazy, realize that's just a crazy thing and wait a little bit and it'll go down. I mean, patience, my friends.
Clarification. Yeah, go ahead, Patricia.
Here, who says the twice a week liquidity is what he was talking about. Bitcoin, Ethereum, that Scott talked about.
The venture.
Yeah, that won't be for a while.
Sure.
Yeah, probably like in the next month or two. I'm not gonna say a month, but I'm not gonna say longer than 2 months.
It's safe to say the first quarter of 2021. Is that safe to say?
That's
first quarter 2021. There we go.
Thanks. Warmax and Skybank 23 and Hex Alt Ed and Shane Walker all were clarifying Warmax's point.
Yeah, it's going to take some time, obviously, especially if we want to do some auditing of the code, just to make sure, there's the testing and the auditing as well after you guys build it. And first of all, it's got to be voted on and passed by the community. And how specifically is that going to work? We've got some stuff to work out, but it's it's such a cool idea, and to see how it's going to work and how it's going to evolve the next 30 to 60 days is that's potentially going to be what our story is in 2021, how we come out of the gates here. So it's just going to be so cool to see it happen.
What's the ETA on the liquidity amplifier? I know there's a lot of talk. Obviously, you've had a lot of stuff on your plate as far as, priorities, but is that still something that you're looking at accomplishing? Is it something that Jack's kind of doing, third party? He mentioned that there's other things you can just do, get it audited and then get that running within a month. But is there any discussion around the liquidity amplifier? I know a lot of people are interested in that.
Yeah, the liquidity amplifier, we actually talked about it as soon as we finished the launch. It's like, oh, what's next? Well, what's next is actually the liquidity amplifier. So I think he already posted in the announcements. I don't remember, but that's one of the next things we're looking at. Like I said, there's so much to do. We have 5 of us, but each one of us can probably help each other out, and we're going to get there. But liquidity amplifier is definitely next on the plate, as well as the venture auction and looking at the gas prices as well. So all those are kind of coming in with each other. And you guys have to remember, it's holiday season, so the fact that we got all these things out so fast is
absolutely. We're absolutely grateful and appreciative. And it's kind of like, I'm sure that developers hear this all the time, devs, it's like one of the things over and over and over again. It's like, yeah, awesome. That was an amazing job. So when is this? When is this? When is this? When is this coming? When is this coming? It's just nonstop, right? So it's unfortunate you guys get that. It's like, but yeah, no, it's appreciated. And obviously you need to get some downtime as well too. That's why I always say it's better to be like, guys, in the next 2 to 3 months, we're going to have that done, rather than, putting yourself in a box where you're like, oh, we're going to try to get that done in a couple of weeks. And then everyone's bugging you in a couple of weeks saying, hey, you said a couple of weeks. So I know how it is. Yeah.
I'm always the type of guy that's like, oh, this feature is going to take 10 hours. Nah, tell them 50 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. It's smart. I mean, it's smart because then you surprised a lot of people on how quickly you implemented. A lot of people thought, oh, it'll probably take 2 to 3 weeks to get that done, or a couple of weeks, but you had that done in days.
Right. I think January 15th was like the supposed day we're supposed to get it done.
Yeah.
And we did it before the end of the year.
Yeah. That's always a great way to do it, is have those expectations.
Well, Travis, we saw your dog walk by, but we have a question from Luann, who has a very cute dog as well, and vying for cutest dog on this show. He writes, should we do a warning on auctions that are sold out? People invest without reading white papers, some kind of warning banner or thing that pops up.
So this is what I'm going to say. I've said this like 100 times, but obviously it's just in my opinion. It's called an auction. All right. It's there's no set price. It's whatever the auction comes down to. Now, do I think that once it's gone to a price, it's like, okay, you guys need to stop putting Ethereum in there. Maybe we should do a warning. I definitely think that we should, but you have to remember it's an auction, right? Like the price of Axion is not determined. The only thing that is determined is it has to be less than the than the 7-day average, or sorry, more than the 7-day average or whatever. Right. And so I don't think we're going to allow you to not put money into the auction, but I think we can definitely put like, hey, by putting your Ethereum into the auction, you're basically saying that the price of Axion is higher than the Uniswap price. So
we need something that says beep, beep, common sense alert, flash.
Are you calculating that with a referral though? Would you be calculating that just based on just somebody coming there without a referral or with a referral? Because you'd have to take that into consideration.
Well, what if I said we would just do it once the price is 50%?
Yeah.
I think that makes the most sense in my opinion. Like once it's 50%, like, yeah, I would agree. We should probably do something, but until it gets to a certain level, it's like, it's an auction, like there's no set price. Well, if it wasn't like it's not called get Axion for cheap by coming here and putting your Ethereum. No, it's an auction.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you really need a big disclaimer because like you mentioned, it's an auction. And quite honestly, there's some people out there that like to buy expensive stuff. Look at a lot of Apple products. I mean, they like it because it's expensive, right? So there are people that might want to go in. So yeah, that's the thing, right? So
well, the referral piece.
I'm just put this out there. I'm an Apple developer, so that hurt a little bit, Robbie.
I use Apple. I'm just saying. Well, are you going to be getting the $800 headphones that just came out? Everyone's talking about how expensive they are, but it's a premium. Apple is good. Don't get me wrong. I use both, but I'm saying Apple's good, but there's a premium. Everyone can agree that they charge a premium for their products as a prestige product.
Yeah, I like how they all mesh together. To me, that's the convenience aspect for a non-tech person. It makes tech so much easier when everything kind of works together.
So see, we're going to mesh everything together perfectly so we can charge a premium. See, there you go. All good, right? It would be more expensive in our auctions than on Uniswap because you're coming to a very, very good ecosystem.
And we're nice too.
And we're nice, yeah. We could charge a nice tax.
At the end of our show, I do want to mention a couple things just briefly to touch on that we hopefully are going to have Jeff Kardakis on, and we're shooting for a January 11th date for that show. But it might not happen because you know how life is. But that happens to be Robbie's birthday.
Oh, no, it's happening. It's my birthday. And I'm telling Jeff, you're coming on the show. It's my birthday. That's my one thing I want. I even told my wife, I want Jeff Kardakis to come on the show. So if you're letting me down, if you're not coming on, Jeff, just telling you that right now. So you send this to Jeff. He even thinks of bowing out.
Thrown down. I also want to hint at, but not completely go into details, about an opportunity for you to score big with something that we've got planned that's major in 2021. And it's courtesy of the Axion Today team. I can't say anything more than that because
we think it's pretty big. We think it's gonna be pretty big. We're gonna have a contest, and it's gonna be in 2021. Don't know all the details yet, but we think it's gonna be pretty cool. So
it'll be exciting.
It'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. It'll be for the entire community to be involved in.
Win, whatever word you want to use. So stay tuned for that on the show.
That's right.
You can find Axion today everywhere, even probably under your bed if you look hard enough. Like us wherever we are found. Follow us, subscribe. We're on YouTube. We are on DLive, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, iTunes. Speaking of Apple, SoundCloud, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, weirdest name ever, Spreaker, and Bitly, Google Play. So yeah, find us there and follow us there, like us there, subscribe, or whatever it is that those particular platforms make you do. What else? Was there anything else?
I'll make sure that we say thanks to Big Bear Crypto for coming on, because it was so cool to get to hear from you, buddy, from all the way from Panama.
Yes, exactly.
Sticking around.
And Big Bear, you said you had vodka and you like vodka, so pick up your glass of vodka, even if we can't see you holding it. Everybody raise your glass. Travis, you've got a White Claw there. Is that a cherry White Claw?
No, it's a lemon one.
Somebody was saying it was cherry in the chat. Thank you, live chat.
Have some BV.
Lovely.
Later tonight.
Nice.
Happy New Year's to everyone.
Let's do a Happy New Year toast to the Axion Nation. May all of our hard work pay off, and blessings and good fortune to all who are part of putting this all together, including the topic of our show, the dev team. Thanks to all who watched as well. And Robbie and Paul, to you too. Happy New Year, everyone. And relaxing
with
Axion.
Hello, Axion Nation. I'm Patricia Steer, wearing a holiday sweater just for you. The title of the show is Scott's Strategic Auction Tokenomics. And this is episode number 5, recorded December 21st, 2020. And hello to the live chat. Joining me are Paul Lindbergh and Robbie Davidson. Hi, guys. We've got OG finance expert Scott with us. And if you caught our last episode, number 4, you know him as a man of few words, but big ideas. He's going to discuss his tokenomics proposal in detail. But first, our disclaimer. We, the host of Axion today, and our guests are not registered investment, legal, or tax advisors. The information and discussions shared today are not intended as and should not be construed as professional advice. The show is for informational and educational purposes only. Always do your own research. People can and do lose money in crypto. So welcome to episode 5. Gentlemen, shall we discuss our news and notes from the week that was in Axion?
There was a lot going on as usual. Hard to believe. Well, this is what were we live? Was it 3 days ago? 4 days ago?
Oh,
now?
Yes, of course.
So it seems like we're doing a show every couple of days now. But even in between our shows, there's a lot of great news. So I don't know, the credit card. In fact, the OG 5555 pre-sale discount just ended. Done. Right?
Yeah.
At 2 p.m. Pacific. So hopefully those of you guys watching got in on that wanted to. I think they're going to be doing an AMA tonight, later tonight, and they're getting ready to obviously launch their pre-sale tonight as well, I think. Or I think it is today. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. And the Axion credit card, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Huge. So exciting. I mean,
amazing.
Everyone is so excited
about
it.
To get my hands on that.
It was amazing, even with the NFTs that were released for all the OG 555s. Wasn't that fun, just seeing all this stuff happen and all the benefits that are going to be happening with the ecosystem, all those people that staked for 555, Cuatro Cinco. It's awesome. It's so amazing. I want to say as well, thanks to Jack for our possibly last mega weekly auction where 100%, went in. The 20% that he normally gets, he was able to put that up. So big thanks to Jack for that, because the divs were amazing, and we're here to relax in divs for sure, and that's just incredible. So there's just been so much happening. It's hard to keep track.
We want to thank the dev team for our special show a couple of days ago too, and that's how we actually all came to meet Scott, who we're going to bring on a little bit later. He's in the green room right now, so. We're going to also bring him in for our Crypto 101 word of the day too. So yeah, we got a lot to look forward to. We've got a Q&A portion at the very end of our show. As I mentioned, Scott's a man of a few words, so
well, I think we want to make sure that everybody knows. And Jack kind of put this in the announcement earlier today, but obviously we're going to bring Scott on. He's got his proposal, which he's going to break down. We're obviously going to be voting on that later on, but obviously there's going to be also some questions that come up. So we're going to do the Q&A. We'll do the crypto word of the day, but at the very end of the show, you guys are going to want to stick around for the very last seconds of the show, because
don't go anywhere.
The 3 of us don't know. We don't know, but Scott has something very, very special planned for the last little bit of this show, so do not go anywhere.
Can't wait. It's like a present.
You will kick yourself if you miss this.
We got an incredible show with this massive proposal. It is going to blow everyone's minds, and then there's going to be another surprise at the very end of the show. So if you go anywhere, honestly, get right back as soon as you can, because you don't want to miss the end of the show.
Yes.
This is just going to be an incredible show. You're going to watch this probably 4 or 5 times. Mark my words. The stuff that Scott's going to be hitting you with is going to blow your mind. Major bullish, incredible.
This is a huge day for Axion, and I think we can all agree. And for those of you that aren't, maybe haven't been seeing the announcements in Discord, maybe didn't see the show last week with Scott, I think we're going to look back on December 21st, 2020. It's interesting that this is the winter solstice, that there's this conjunction today with Jupiter and Saturn. We're going to look back on December 21st, 2020 for some other reasons, I believe, from what you guys are going to hear today.
We need good news. in this world right now. We need good news. I want to say hello to a number of things and a couple other people who are in our chat. Oh, Big Bear Crypto, thank you for being our mod. And Pyrodoxine.
We got Jeff in the house.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah, Kerdakis is here. Awesome.
Hello.
Thanks, Jeff.
Andy Wales as saying nice jumper, sweater, depends where you live.
Speaking of Jeff, real quick, I just want to mention this, with the Axion, we're talking about the Axion credit card, having that exclusive first kind of partnership with Connect Financial. But guess what, guys? Trust Swap is the second one to be announced. It's going to be a 2-punch powerhouse, man. Axion, Trust Swap. Oh, man, it's just going to be amazing when it comes to Connect Financial.
There's a lot of, I know, Axion investors that are also involved in the Trust Swap ecosystem as well, and staking and things like that. So, man, talk about a 1-2 punch. That is so cool to hear that Swap is going to be getting involved as well. So welcome.
It's going to be, and again, this is the first true crypto Visa credit card. All the rest are like Visa debits. This is unbelievable. Guys, if you understand how crazy this credit card, if you start reading it and you're like, wait a minute, what the heck? I mean, you're absolutely going to be able to get credit based on your crypto. It's a game changer. This is going to be huge. So everyone that got in on that pre-sale, being an Axion OG 555, amazing. Now we're moving into the regular pre-sale, but honestly, guys, I think it's going to be huge once they hit the PR marketing, and also they say, hey, what's this Axion? You can collateralize with Axion. Hey, I want to get some of this Axion. Maybe I don't want to use my Bitcoin. I want to use some of this Axion. Honestly, people staking is going to take the tokens off the market. So a lot of people are looking at it as a sell indicator. I look at it also, honestly, as positive. The people are going to be using it, so they're going to be taking it off the market. They're going to want to stake it in order to actually qualify for different tiers. So I think actually we might be seeing the opposite take place with the credit card.
Well said.
All right. I think maybe no more small talk. What do you guys think?
I'm so excited. I don't want to talk anymore. I don't think anyone wants to hear us talk today. They're just like, bring Scott on. Where's Scott? I came for Scott.
We're just going to bring Scott on, and then we'll be back in about, 90 minutes or so, see how things are going.
Get a coffee, get some lunch, and, check back in.
Guys, it's going to be amazing. We're going to be sitting back, honestly, taking in everything, and we're going to move, further in this show. Usually we've got kind of a set time. We're allowing Scott the time that he needs, not to rush anything. You've got to hear every single thing that's going to be laid out. We're going to be voting on this right after, very soon. So
yes,
we want to hear this all. It is going to blow your minds. We got a couple little hints, and we're just already excited, but we want to know all the details just like you. This is going to be a show to remember.
And if anyone's got a question when they are hearing Scott speak, and I know you will, write it down, because there's going to be so much information. By the time the Q&A comes around toward the end of the show, you may forget the question. Write it down, keep it handy, then type it in the live chat, and we'll try to get to it. All right, without further ado, our guest spent 30 years in finance on the equity side, trading and analyzing stocks. He raised equity for venture startups. He comes to us today from Vegas, although he grew up in Vermont. He's been married for 35 years. He's got 3 children. They're all adults now. He's very close with them. He loves extreme sports. I can see that, definitely. He seems a very adventurous person, including powder skiing. He skied in every North American ski area, and he was a downhill ski racer. He also loves surfing. And last couple of years, he lived on a beautiful beach in one of Hawaii's islands. But his number one passion, aside from his children, is crypto. He says the corniest thing about him is his favorite thing to do is spend time with his wife. They laugh and carry on all day. And he's got some advice for all of us. His advice is we need to always find a way to laugh at ourselves, and don't take yourself too seriously. Scott, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
How's everybody doing today?
Welcome back, Scott.
Awesome.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So why don't we start with the end of the show? We'll roll the first part back later. No, I'm serious, guys. Saturday night, I had a breakthrough, like the biggest breakthrough so far in the Axion ecosystem. And I know I'm going to go over this proposal, but I literally came up with something that it was something that when you hear the idea, you'll say, oh, it's so simple. It's like the person who came up with Instagram, it sounds simple after the fact, but this concept will revolutionize cryptocurrency trading. There's no doubt about it. This concept will put Axion on the map, and it will literally be the day that we all remember for years to come. It's really exciting. I went over this with Jack, Jojo, Deft Row yesterday. My partner, Derek. Derek, literally the biggest skeptic out there. The first thing he said is, this is literally too good to be true. Jack said, this is beyond fantastic, changes the game for all of us immediately. So I know I'd like to start with that, but we're not going to get there till the end of the show. This is going to be really exciting stuff today. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the Axion ecosystem. I'm going to start with the concept of inflation, and then we're going to go to the proposals, and then we're going to do some questions and about the proposal. The idea of the early part of these ecosystems, we need to test everything. Sorry, let me just 1 second. So the first 30 days, think of this as a test period. We're just going to kind of like roll out a very basic proposal. We're not going to be so fancy. We're just going to keep it very stupid simple. So everyone could vote on that today. We get that passed. We get the ecosystem up and running. And then we watch it for like 3 weeks. And then we can start to see some of the changes. So let me talk to you guys now about, we need to change our thought process in crypto. So the first thing we have to understand is valuation. And any starting point, my very first question in any company, any coin, is total valuation. So if you look at today's valuation, we're probably around 35, 40 million total value. If you take the number of coins outstanding and multiply it by the current price, we're probably 30 million. That's not talking about the total supply that you see after staking. That's probably all in. I could be wrong, but that's probably where it's been. So if you look at our nearest competitor, Hex has 570 billion tokens outstanding, and Hex went to a value this summer of 1.5 cents, and they hit $8 billion that day. 8 billion. Literally, just repeat that in your heads, $8 billion. So my thinking is we're going to have to, I know everyone I speak to is concerned about these inflationary measures and then arbitraging and a lot of other things. But so I want people to understand that let's take our worst case scenario. Let's say it all comes back to the US dollar. You know, when you think about inflation, back in the 70s, a lot of people weren't even born, and we had runaway inflation. We were the only country printing money, and no one understood the value of the dollar. It was always pegged to gold early on. We had the early stages of runaway inflation because U.S. was the only printing press. But for the last 15 years, the U.S. dollar, we've been printing and printing and printing and printing more money, and everybody's been waiting for that last shoe to drop. Thinking of the printing press, the same idea, same concept as minting new tokens. The reason why the U.S. dollar never gets devalued is demand. The demand side of the equation is very, very, high. So if we think of our token economics, we need to build demand. We need to honestly build demand. We have to only focus on that before we roll back our inflation measures. So let's break it down like this. Worst case scenario, we have 250 billion tokens outstanding. Let's say we get to 700 billion, which is an awful lot of tokens. We can still support a $10 billion market value, which is about a penny and a half. There's no doubt. What I'm going to show you guys today, we're going to, when you guys walk out of here today, you're going to start to see a new frontier in crypto. It's going to be a defining moment for this community. It's that simple. There's no two ways about it. What I'm going to propose today has never been done from what Jack has told me in crypto. It's that revolutionary. So we're going to get to that at the end. Let's break down inflation and let's break down demand. Right now, if you go to, maybe someone could pull up. It's really important to, maybe you can see my screen, but can you get to, guys, can you go to
Do you want to share your screen, Scott?
Yeah, maybe I share my screen if possible.
Okay. At the bottom of the control panel there, you should see a button to share your screen.
Okay. Share screen. Okay, here we go.
And then as soon as I see that.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Share screen. Here we go. 1 second. Okay, good. Allow. Okay. Boom. Can we see that my screen?
Not
good?
yet. It hasn't popped up on my end yet.
Select window or screen. Let me see if I can get to my screen.
You just hit share screen at the bottom, Scott, and then Paul should be able to.
Let me just see. No, I did that already. Hold on.
Well, you guys are working on this.
You know what? Don't worry about sharing my screen. I try to do it. Screen sharing is easiest. Works on good. Bloom. Share screen. Let's try that again.
Yep.
Fingers
I'll give you a
crossed.
disclaimer first, Scott, and then you got to okay that. It gives you these.
Okay. Let's
and
see.
then it should work for you. It will tell you what screen you want to choose, or.
Well, he's got that going. I just
Well,
want
tell you what. Why don't you just? It's very simple. Here's what I want you to do. Just go to the Axion, not stats page. Just go to our page where it shows the holders. Could you show me that?
Got it.
Okay.
The holders.
The holders of Axion. That's really the starting point. I think everybody should understand.
What page is that?
If you go to the Axion token, right? You know, you'll see the
on Etherscan.
Oh, Etherscan you're talking about? Like on Etherscan?
Etherscan, and then hit the button that says holders.
Yeah. Okay. Paul's on it, so he'll get her
No
put up for you real soon.
Got it. I think this is it.
Okay, hang on. And can you see holders?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So scroll down to the very bottom, start with the top, and look at the 50th wallet. And what does that say? How many coins?
Let's see, 183 million.
Okay. And go to the top and just kind of and look at the third, fourth wallet down. And this is kind of our Bible, people. It's kind of like if you want to see how we value our ecosystem as we go forward, the idea is to take that number 50th wallet and try to get it down to like the 50 million spot. So the idea about Axion today is finding a way to get staking to 95 to 99%. So we come up with this concept called demand tokenomics. And I know everyone's worried about inflation. I know that's like, how are we going to combat this inflation? You can bring me back to full screen. So you can get rid of that screen, by the way.
Scott, our Crypto 101 word of the day is tokenomics. And I wanted you to define that for those people out there who are new to all this, like I was just, months ago. Tokenomics, what is it?
Well, tokenomics is just another way of saying how can we create an economy for people to make sense, to purchase the token, what will they get out of the token? It's just the universe of the market that the token is creating. So in our case, the Axion case, when we talked about the demand, we want people, so you get all these goodies. You purchase Axion today in the open market, and then you get these phenomenal goodies. If you buy the Axion token, you stake it for a certain period of time, you get more Axion. And that is called the demand. As you increase if you give people enough of a reason to buy Axion, okay, like if you say, if you buy this, you're going to get X, Y, and Z, and therefore, so the idea of this demand is to find a way to keep people investing for the long term in this ecosystem. So when we think of this whole environment, we have to say it really doesn't matter if we have to mint more tokens early on. We want everyone to buy our token and to put it away and to constantly buy more, keep buying. And then we have to ask you, why are you willing to buy? Like, what's the purpose of your why do you, like, when you buy this token, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to stake it. And if you stake it, you're going to get these beautiful dividends. And the idea is, if we increase staking, like I said last show, Richard Hart found a way to control 90% of potentially of his token, where if we can increase our staking to 95, 98%, there just won't be any sellers left to sell. So our main focus is, if you own the Axion token and you're not staked, we have to find out why you're not staked and why would you be willing to sell it. And if we can tell you and create a reason for you to never sell, literally, if we can give you a good enough reason today for you never to sell this token for the next 4 years, then we lock up the supply and we lock up everything and nothing else matters. So when we talk about this idea about inflation, it's almost counterintuitive in the sense that what I mean by that is, if we expand our token supply and keep minting tokens, you would think that's totally counterintuitive to control inflation. But that's the starting point. So if you build the demand early on, so think of this as 3 layers. We have to first stop. The first step before we roll back inflation is we have to build our demand. If we can get crazy and get people to do staking and get to a 99% and get everyone to start buying and constantly buy, we all of a sudden we're literally going to be stripping out our supply of the token by 5 to 1, and that pushes the price. So just think of this concept early on, guys, is we want to focus on the demand side of the equation. We do not need to focus early on the minting and the deflationary aspects. So it's counterintuitive. You want to build your ecosystem based on demand, and the way you create demand is to mint more tokens. So when you mint more tokens, you increase inflation, right? And everybody is like, say, what happens in the future? Well, we have some very creative ways. Once we get critical mass to me is having 95% staking and having the entire supply locked up, having 25,000 people on our ecosystem, and having a $10 billion value. So once we can get to 5 billion or 10 billion, a penny, 2 pennies, then we roll back the inflation. That's my concept. I think we have to justify and give people a really good reason to buy Axion. We have to give you a better reason to buy Axion than to buy Bitcoin or anything else. And if we can do that, then we corner the crypto market with our coin. So the early part of the auction mechanics, it wasn't so viable to build demand. Okay, what we saw, everybody talks about this arbitrage, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But early on, what we saw in the auction, if you think about it, was just manic sell pressure. We had 10 billion tokens in the auction, and people said, "Oh my gosh, I can sell this and rebuy it, and have to only hold it for 14 days." So we had this manic idea that created crazy arbitrage. Now, I spent 20 years building arbitrage systems and bots, and trust me when I tell you, I can exploit anything. And I don't blame people for trying to exploit a trader, trying to exploit a good idea. So the idea for us is to fix the exploit, to fix this, the issue that we had early on. And, believe it or not, with this new system, what we do when we go to, let's say, as part of the proposal, when we make the auction, instead of 10 billion auction, let's say we create the auction for 250 million, the first thing that happens is you can't have a lot of sell pressure. It's not possible because there's only 250 million tokens in the auction. So when you guys think about that concept, is when you drastically reduce the size of the auction, there's still going to be people trying to exploit it. But in the early stages of building our organic growth, we have to build into our investment community. So we actually need, and I wouldn't discourage people recycling, early on, because it's not a bad thing. everybody says, oh, this is terrible. When we recycle, let's say someone sells 50 million Axion and they put that into the auction collectively, that's not going to hurt the Axion ecosystem, a sale of 50 million. We were seeing sales of 3.5 billion 2 weeks ago. That was hurting us. But when the auction is so small, there's still going to be people trying to say, oh my gosh, I'm going to game it. But guess what? Are you willing to take the risk of holding your coin for 60 days? So if we change the auto stake to a 60-day period versus 14, and the size of the auction is 250 million, we don't have much juice left in that arbitrage. That arbitrage shrinks automatically. All arbitrages, all great arbitrages come to an end. Last week was probably the very last day we're going to see vulnerability on the arb side of this equation. So nobody really knows if you do this, and that to the system, what the outcome's going to be. So it's always about testing things. So the basic concept is we know a couple of things. If we shrink the size of the auction, 250 million, and we get to a 60-day stake, what that means is you won't have people manic selling. Remember, we'll have 4 days of these auctions. There won't be like a manic sell, like I had to do it today. If I don't do it today, I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow. You'll have 4 chances per week. The size of the auction won't be onerous. It will be very easy. And we will start to see these auctions sell out. And the kicker will be what I explained to you at the very end of the show. When I explain the concept of what we're going to end up with, none of this bullshit about arbitrage and, this guy trying to game the auction, that's all going to disappear. Okay, so the future is what we have to do today is start with a basic proposal, move it forward, okay, and explain to you all those mechanics, how it works. You're going to vote on four proposals today inside this idea of a new type of auction, okay? And then after that, we're going to take it through a question and answer. Now, I've spoken to many, many whales. Everything we do, guys, is going to have to be a compromise. You have to realize that. I can give you 50 reasons why one solution is better than the other. I can always come up with a reason you shouldn't do something. There's plenty of reasons. So when a whale says to me, do only 1 mega auction per week, and another whale says we should have 7 mega auctions per week, and then one guy says we should change the auto stake from 14 to 30 to 60, we can't accommodate everyone. We can't possibly do that. So the best way to figure out the best solution, start somewhere and test, because anybody that has a great idea, we don't even know if it's a great idea. The only way you'll find out if you have a great idea is 6 months from now when the price reflects that, okay? So we don't know what any of these ideas, how they're going to yield, what the fruit is going to be of these ideas. We have to experiment. Now, the next part of this equation that we have to really understand is that we know everyone wants to talk buzz, like I said, about the supply side and that part of the equation, but we have to find a new driving force that everyone could get behind and say, okay, makes sense. Can I explain Axion in a 2-sentence and how can we appeal? We have solved, what I can tell you is at the end of the show, we have solved the biggest issue with the credit card. Okay, we have solved that issue. You will now be able to have a credit card with liquid assets on that credit card, and it will not be Axion, and it will be given to you through an auction. Okay, I know that sounds ridiculous, but trust me when I tell you, we solved the Axion credit card problem. It wasn't like we wanted to solve that problem. It was just a byproduct of what I came up with. It was just a byproduct, but it fixes the credit card. And it really takes that credit card concept to the next level, which we're going to talk about. So let's outline. I have some notes here. Let's start with the idea of what we're going to put into this voting, today. A lot of people came over from the Hex community. Now, we have to get away from Hex, people. What I mean by getting away from Hex is Hex had different mechanics. I promise you. I'm not the only expert on economics. I just have a background in it, but we have to understand the difference between our ecosystems. You know, we had a guy, Hex, that was doing, these are the facts, because before I can get to the next proposal in the first part of this, you have to get to know what the facts of Hex was. And we can't prove all these facts, but this is what we believe to be the facts based on my opinion and a lot of people I speak to. So we know from the people I spoke to is that Hex had an auction every day of 500 million, okay? And Hex was doing amazing advertising, and they did this auction every day for, let's say, 10 months. Just do the math. So if they sold 500 million during an auction per week, Hex sold 3.5 billion. Per month, they sold 14 billion. We all would agree on that. Just do simple math, we get to 14 billion. Agreed, guys? Yes? You see that? Yeah. Good. So now if you take that and multiply it by 10 months, Hex sold 140 billion coins. But the real question is, how much did Hex really sell to new investors? Okay. And my feeling after speaking to some of the top 10 referrals is I would venture to say, as a gut feeling, I bet you that Hex sold no more than 30 billion tokens. So that means there was 110 billion tokens that the founder probably had to buy at the end of the auction. And if that's the case, that means if you're buying let's say you wait till the very end of the auction, what was happening in the early days of Hex is people would buy into the auction, and then they say, oh my gosh, I got a great price. I just sell it right after because there was no minimum bid mechanic. So at the end of the day, I think Hart had to come in and find a way to start taking his Ethereum he got the day before and putting it into the auction, making sure every auction sold out. And then what happened after that is you can start locking away the supply. And when all of a sudden you could lock the supply up, you can push the price to anything you want it to be. And then the next thing we have to understand was, why did Hex explode this past summer, like October? Like, what was the reason? Well, we know the reason. It's because people wanted the big payday. They kept buying because they knew it was coming, and they knew if they buy today, they're going to get a reward tomorrow. Now, we created a new concept for that. That's in addition to everything I'm going to explain to you, and this is a basic concept. We are going to jumpstart our economy, our Axion community, this year with four quarterly mini big paydays. 4, okay? Not 1, not 2. We're thinking 4 mini big paydays. So what it essentially does, it essentially gives people the ability to go out and start. It could be 3, but the idea, it's a mini big payday, not a big payday. But the idea is to kind of give something people. We know that people bought Hex for this big payday. So why don't we just do the same early on in our economy, in our market economy, to bring people to drive the price for these mini big paydays? You don't have to spend a lot of money doing it. Okay, so that's one initiative that we want to roll out, but that's so secondary to everything else. Another initiative that we're going to roll out that I'd like to later on is we can roll out a referral competition initiative where the highest referral for the 3 months, the most Axion raised for the 3 months gets a bonus. So there's lots of these initiatives that we can talk about and do. So I definitely see that as a way to remember, getting back to the only thing that matters is increasing our demand. We need people to buy our token. We need new people. I'm not going to be spending time writing on the general chat, and then going back to the whale chat and back to this chat and back to that chat. It's a waste of our time. We have to take the next initiative. The next step forward is to get to someone you haven't spoke to yet about Axion. If I can speak to a new person every day versus typing just people that already own it, the idea is to bring new people, okay? Not to make people already that in this ecosystem feel better about their investment. Because unless I could convince you guys to bring a new person, we don't you already have your investment. The only thing that could happen for me is if I can convince you to buy more or bring a friend or relative. So we're going to talk about that concept, and I'm probably going to team up with some of the YouTube guys to try to build a general sales team. You know, in addition to all the stuff we're already seeing, maybe we'll do something like that. But let's get back to the one word again. How do we build demand? How do we build organic demand? We saw Obama get elected to our presidency because of this organic grassroots, philosophy that he had. We have to do and build our demand organically. So when I talk about, people recycling, we have to recycle early on until we build our organic demand, so we don't need anybody to sell out the auction. So we need to sell out every auction. We need the moderator at the end of every auction to say, let's say 5 hours before the auction, oh my gosh, the auction just sold out. You're much better off buying on Uniswap. Now, at the end of the show, I'm going to give you a reason, a true reason why that auction and why Axion is going to sell out. I'm going to show everyone how we literally, the word is demand, and how we put demand on steroids. That's going to be the basic foundation for Axion. The way to build Axion is demand, increase demand through a mechanism. We'll get to all that. So now let's talk about back to Hex. So we know that Hart, getting back to what I was explaining to people, we know that he built his entire ecosystem. We know he figured out a way to stair-step this price. He locked up all these tokens. He got a huge advertising campaign, and he probably raised 15, 20, 30 billion, 40 billion tokens. Now, we need to raise 10 times. I want to raise 10 times more Axion. That's my goal. I don't want to be the guy that says we need to recycle. I want to be the guy that says, look at how many coins we sold. That's our goal. Our goal is to sell coins, people. We want people to come to us and buy our token and buy it because of these 5 reasons. So we're going to focus on, again, how can we sell more coins? So with Hex, remember the valuation of Hex was $8 billion. Our valuation is much, much lower, 40 million. So now we have this opportunity to build our demand side of the equation. So we can't look at Hart and Hex as our competition anymore. We need to change the dialogue, change the story, change it. They came up with something really unique, and they gave us the footing to start a CD. We're going to come up with something even more unique. We're going to announce it today. And when we make the announcement, we're going to take Axion to the next level. We want to move away from Hex. We're going to move away from Hex today. Just moving away. That's it. No more talk about Hex. They're a great company, but I believe that we'll be the next generation for crypto. Okay, so getting back to the idea again is the first thing to vote on, the very first proposal today is, you're going to see in the voting, we'll turn it on after the show, is we want to limit the free claims for Hex. Okay, and it's an either or proposition. We want to give the Hex people the next 30 days starting January 1st. So by February 1st, if you haven't claimed your Hex, you can't claim it anymore, period. Now, or if we get more than 10 billion Axion claimed, then you can't claim your Hex. But we won't get close to the 10 billion. Now, by eliminating the Hex free claim after 30 days, it also eliminates the threat to Axion. And that's a really big reason to do it. Everybody must understand that if we allow the Hex free claim the whole year, the maximum Axion that could be claimed is about 23 billion. If you looked at the math I have, and that could cripple the market in a year from now if people that aren't loyal to our system start selling. So we eliminate the threat of someone selling billions of tokens in a year by eliminating the ability to claim Axion. We're giving them free Axion. But what I honestly think is, people thought that the Hex community has 195,000 wallets. Most of those wallets have not a lot of money in them. So we are so far or really close with our marketing team. We have like 883 people that are going to stick this out for 15 years. 15 years is a long time. We have over 80% staking. Does everyone understand the Axion stats page, how we get to 80%? Paul, Robbie, Patricia, do you think the audience knows how we have 80% staking, or should we talk about that?
Well, I always think it's a good idea to talk about things that new people would want to know about, because we really want to onboard new people. That's really a major goal. So let's do that.
Okay, and then I'll talk about the first part of the proposal. Can you pull up the Axion stats page?
You bet. Give me 1 second here.
And I am reading the live chat. I'm not responding to it with comments back, but
Which is an incredible amount. I mean, to have over 80% staked is an incredible amount.
Right. What's that number say today? 80, 79?
Let's see.
Turn that off.
Oh, I turned it off now.
Okay.
79.5%.
Okay, so if we do our job properly, the price will take care of itself if we get to 95%. We really, really have to get to 95% or higher. We want everyone staking. You know, if we can convert the trader, the mentality of a trader is I'm going to buy Axion, I'm going to flip into, I'm going to get my bonus, and then he's going to do it again and recycle. But now if we give him a reason to say, I can't do that anymore because I'm losing money doing it, because I'm missing this great staking opportunity, all of a sudden we shift everything. We're going to shift the concept of Axion into FOMO staking, not based on price. We want everyone staking. And if we can honestly shift the story to 95% and create this insane demand, the price will be a penny. We'll get the price.
Well, for comparison's sake, Hex is less than 10% staked, to give you just a level of how different we are in mentality and just true, like you said, organic, very, very genuine stats as far as the staking that is set up. When you minus the dev fund and the contract, it's incredible. I mean, 80% when you compare Hex at less than 10%, it's literally 9% that are staked in Hex.
It's freaking insane. And we've only been open for like 2 months, and you don't understand how, like, Hex had this great tool called Richard Hart that he could recycle and push the price. Guys, we have a much better tool. We have 81% staking, and if we get to 95%, everyone in here early will be so thankful, because it's the holy grail. So
Axion is us, the Axion Nation.
Exactly.
Maybe explain why 95% is that key metric. Why 92 or even over 90%? Why does it have to be 95?
It really wanted to be 99%, but then you'll think I'm on drugs. Okay, we want it. Our goal is to get close to 100% staking. So 95 is just an arbitrary number. It sounds much better than 92, but we want 99% staking. We want everyone to stake and never sell their coin. And if we give you enough of a reason to do that, then just getting back to inflation. There's so many of us keep saying we need to deflate the coin. We need to stop this runaway inflation. We need to reduce the 30% referral fee. We need to fix, there's too many tokens being minted this year. There's too many tokens being minted next year. We need to reduce our supply. But I'm going to tell you guys, we're going to do the opposite. And I'm going to convince you the opposite early on is better. We can fix it. We can never build demand without minting new tokens. There's just no way to do it. I can't find a way to get us 95% staking without going crazy and building this crazy demand. Once we build our demand to a ridiculous level, then we start to roll back inflation. And we don't take things away from you, but we do these new burn mechanics. We do it. There's so many possibilities. I have a lot of tricks that I've already been thinking about how to roll back the inflation. But it's almost like that's step 3. That's when everyone's already made $1 million in this ecosystem. That's down the road. That's down the track. what we have to focus on this first year is demand. Build the demand through these auctions, and then we'll figure out a way to roll it back, to roll back our inflation through many proposals. And I even think we'll probably have a think tank in the Axion ecosystem with all the ideas. We'll just start coming up with how can we help reduce inflation. But you don't want to reduce inflation by reducing demand. That's one thing I will tell you, is that if all of a sudden we have the sky high demand, we don't want to cut our demand back by saying we're going to start rolling back, our inflationary minting. So the good thing about it is that the proposals that I'm going to propose today, it actually is better, much better than what we started with. It's not as inflationary. It's really not even close to what the original Axion looks like. So let's go.
Scott, real quick before we get into the proposal, I just want to preface this by talking about Jack's 3 goals, right? Sustainability. Yes. He talked about large dividend payouts and also the methodical price appreciation. So I just wanted to preface that these are the 3 goals that Jack has laid out. Now let's hear the proposal because the vote is coming up very soon. So we're all excited.
We'll go through the proposal. All right. So the first question in the proposal will be yes or no. They're all yes or no. We want to limit the Hex free claim to maximum 30 days or 10 billion. So I would say yes to that first question. The second is this concept of auto stake. Now, everyone's going to chime in. We have a slider that we've been talking about. We have many different ideas about the auto stake period. We can spend the next month debating what the auto stake should be, but we won't have anything. Everyone will have their own opinion, their own compromise. So what we want to do today is just vote yes. And we start with a basic, I asked Jack, this is not me. I gave him choices. And Jack and JoJo, we all agreed that we feel the best place to start is a 60-day auto stake. And the reason for that is because, people will think twice about selling or investing. They'll start to think, oh my gosh, I have to hold this for 60 days to get the full bonus. So maybe I'll buy less. We'll see how the 60-day auto stake is how it works and how the people respond to it, because we'll see how quickly the auctions sell out. So we'll know within the first 3 weeks of doing this that it's working or it's not. It's something we can always change. We can go to another method, but to start with something that today we just have to keep it basic, stupid, simple. So we have this auto stake. We want you to vote yes, 60 days. We don't want, in the early days of this, we don't want people saying it should be 30, it should be 45, it should be this, it should be this. We have to come up with a compromise day one to launch something. So that's the second question. We clear on that?
This is testing, like you said, testing. So
testing, exactly.
60 days doesn't work exactly right, then you'll look at the results and then change it.
We're going to see what the results look like right away. So we'll have an idea, an ability to change it on the fly. The next thing is the price. It's 100% apparent that we don't want to change. We shouldn't change the YouTube referrals fee, which is 20% YouTubers. We don't want to change the person buying our token that gets a 10% bonus early on. Right now, we do have an ability to change the discount price. Right now, the last auction, we had a 10% discount. Okay. The way I see Axion eventually is we'll definitely the question I would ask you right now, in order to figure out what this answer really should be, I'm going to tell you what the answer is today, but the way you arrive at an answer is different. But the way we priced it today is it's going to be a 30%. If you self-refer, okay, you're going to be able to get 30% bonus. So that means if you self-refer another address that you control, you're going to be able to get a 10% bonus. There's not going to be a discount to the price of the auction, and you're going to get an additional 20%. So we're going to give you 30% to hold on to Axion for 60 days. Now, Of course, people are going to say it's too low, it's too much, it's this, it's that. We don't know the answer until we test, because if our auction is so small and the auto stake is 60 versus 14, people are going to say, I'll put more money in, put less money in. Maybe we sell out every auction. As soon as we start to sell out each auction, our price goes to a premium automatically. So that ARB just gets smaller. So we might start at 30%, guys, right? 30, and then it shrinks down to 20. Now, if the way to answer the real question for the future, we don't want to do it today, but the way I would answer it is, I'd say, Robbie, Paul, Patricia, if you're a new investor, you're going to invest today, and you're going to have to type your money for 60 days. What are you willing to receive for that risk? What's a good bonus for you? Now, 30%, in my opinion, is too high. 10% is probably too low for me to tie up my money in crypto for 60 days. So, Paul, what would be your response if you're going to have to tie up your money for 60 days? What kind of like built-in return would you like to have? What would be a good number for you to start with?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty conservative by nature. So, I mean, a guarantee is obviously what we're looking for. And that's why we are in Axion, right? Because we know that if we stake, we're gonna guarantee to get something. So, 10% would be nice. 30% is a dream, I would say. I mean, thinking about
what's a good number for you? Just give me a number, though. Hold on. Just give me a number. I'm going to go around. What's a good number?
25%. 25.
Okay, 25 from you. Okay, Robbie, your turn.
For 60 days to hold something? I mean,
well, you've never invested. You never invested in Axion. You're an experienced crypto investor. You're going to have to hold this token for 60 days. You're going to put 10,000 in. What should be the risk? Like, how much should we give you for your risk for 60 days? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, again, knowing kind of the metrics before, it's hard to say, but I think on average, I mean, anything 20 over, I think is good.
Okay.
For 60 days. It's not a year. It's not 6 months. It's
exactly.
We're talking 2 months, right?
Okay, go ahead, Patricia, your turn.
Well, I said 15, just,
Okay, so it's funny because we got 15, 25, and 20. And I say 20. My response is 20. If I'm going to put my own money in for 60 days, I'd be willing to do it for a 20% bump because I'm taking the risk for 60 days. I've seen Axion drop 50% in a day. Anything like that could always happen, but I know I'm getting 20%. So the real question is eventually, how do we get to a 20% bonus for self-referrals? That's going to be the only question you need to answer. And the way you do it is very easy. You raise right now we were at a discount off the pricing at 10%. We're moving it to flat. So what that means right now, the way we have structured it in this proposal is that we're going to give people 30% on your money for the next 60 days. If you self-refer and you take advantage of that, you'll get a 30% bonus. But we also know that there won't be a lot of sell pressure because we won't have people selling 1 billion tokens, because you won't sell 1 billion Axion unless you're an idiot to put it into the auction, because then the auction would be sold 3-to-1. So we know that's not going to happen anymore. We won't see manic selling. We might see people still trying to sell something, but like I said, recycling early on is a necessity to create our organic growth in the future. We need to sell out the auction. So the answer to the question was Paul, Robbie, Patricia. If you really think about it, the collective answer is 20%, with all four of us just coming up with a round number. So the way you get to 20% is you price.
Yeah, had we not known the already, tokenomics as it exists right now, kind of the 10 to 30 range, we're kind of working within that. So if we came in blinded, if you just talked to someone on the street or someone that just invested crypto, said, hey, what would they come up with, right? Because these seem like very, very high numbers. They really do. I mean, they seem very absurdly high for 2 months, in my opinion. So even 20%, in my opinion, is a very high.
Big number.
I like 20%. I'm not going to say no to it, but again, realistically, that's a high number to expect.
But that thing that's great is that we want to drive demand. So that's the next part of the equation.
So then why not have a sliding schedule? Like my whole point on this, and I've said this, 60 days, awesome. But what if I want to slide it to a year? Like just give me the option to stake longer. Yeah,
absolutely. We don't disagree with that. But that's something we have to discuss on the next iteration. Definitely want to do that. What Jack and I were talking about and Jojo were talking about last week is I know we were thinking this sliding scale starts at 1 day, but the reality
no,
is
the sliding scale can start at 60. My point is
Well,
this,
that's-
it doesn't
that's
need
my
to
next
change.
point.
It can start at 60.
Yes.
But I'll tell you one thing. If I went in the auction, I don't want some 2-month stake. I want a year
Absolutely.
or longer. So I want the option.
Absolutely.
Hex even had that. When you did your free claim on your Bitcoin, they gave you an option, minimum 350 auto stake, but you can stake it 15 years if you want, or 10
Absolutely.
years. I chose to have that option. It was nice having that flexibility. So I agree with you. I'm not talking about a 1 to 60 or,
Yeah, let me tell you what I think.
Minimum 60.
Let me tell you what I think it will end up looking like when we finalize it. The way I
The thing is, sorry, one more thing. You don't need to give any more bonuses to someone that wants to stake for 5 years because they're getting
That's
more
right.
shares.
Exactly.
Like we don't need to
Exactly.
actually discount the price at all.
You know-
They're getting way more shares because we already have 20% for each additional year in shares as a
Yes.
bonus. So why are we discounting the price? I've never really understood this discounting the price when you're getting way more shares for each additional year you stake. So we don't need to be discounting the price. You can say,
I
hey,
agree.
look, you just doubled your shares. Yeah, so to
Exactly.
me, it's all about shares. Axion is all about get as many shares as possible. Sorry
Absolutely.
to interject. Yeah.
No, that's good. It's really good because I'm on 100% the same page. So is Jack. Let me tell you what we discussed because I think you'll be happy. You'll be pleased to hear this. So the way you do it is you fix the bonus. So the bonus is fixed at the starting point is 60 days. For the 60 days, you get the price. No one gets that 10% extra bump. We're not doing a discount. We price this thing at a 10% premium. Therefore, the maximum bonus we're talking about to someone self-referring is 20%. So the way it starts is there's an auto stake period slider that says minimum is 60 days. You can't do anything less. It's auto staked automatically 60 days. At the end of the 60 days, boom, you get your money, boom. But before you put your money in the stake, there's a big, not disclaimer, but there's a big paragraph on the auction page. Consider staking for 351 days because you get a 20% bonus plus you're eligible for the big payday. And then you have the sliding scale that starts at 60. Now, the bonus is never going to change. We're not going to give you 25, 40, 50% bonus because that's not relevant. We're going to give you a 20% self-referral bonus, whether you stake for 20, 60, 60, 120, 350 days. That bonus is going to be the same. But what we're going to do is because you're staking, you're going to get a higher shares based on that share rate. So you're going to think you're getting a bigger bonus, but in reality is you're committing to a longer period of time. So therefore, you're getting more shares, which in turn, you're going to end up with more Axion at the end of the day. And you're going to have, so of course, we're going to have that eventually built in is what I would do. Now, there's other people that says you should go to a 30% premium. And there's people that says we should keep it at this. We're going to have to compromise on what that number should be. And the compromise is kind of like how I went around the room and I said, what do you think is a fair starting point for a new investor? Okay. Now I haven't even showed you my twist yet because once I introduce this new twist, then we're going to want to do a 90-day stake. Okay. Starting point, which we'll get to at the end of the show. Okay. So we know in the very beginning, we want people getting back to this. We know the auto stake, we want it to be 60 days. We know the price. We're going to give you an extra bonus for the first 60 days, more than we probably should. We're going to keep it at 30%. We want to build out the ecosystem. We want brand new investors. We would discourage people from trying to game it. We're not going to stop you because we can't. And we're not going to even look down upon you because we need it to build. But the reality is that you're only going to be hurting yourself because when you hear what else we're doing and you put your money in the auto stake and you keep recycling, you're going to miss the real main event of Axion. And that's what we're going to try to do. So when you hear the next piece at the end, you're going to start to rethink that none of this arbitrage is going to matter anymore. Okay, so I'm going to get to that later. The next thing we're going to talk about is creation of what we call the auction pool. Okay, now we have to drill it down. Okay, so before we get to the auction pool, the mechanics, just think of the way it was supposed to work. We have 250 billion Axion starting day one. So now with this original auction, we were going to max out our supply at the end of the first year at 500 billion. Okay, that was a fact. And then, of course, we would see 40 million tokens per year based on normalized 8% inflation. Okay, so just based on inflation and adding the additional supply, we would be around 540 billion the first year. Does everybody see that? Is that a fair number for you guys? Am I missing something? And I am missing one thing. That's not including the 30% minting that we have to do for referral bonuses. So one of the things we do have to address, which I've been speaking to Jack about, is this whole idea is if we shift more coins into our big payday, it takes the referral minting slows down. So for example, easy example, if you put 100 billion into the auction, you're going to mint, if you sell it out, you're going to mint 30 billion tokens for the self-referral and the both referral bonuses. But if you were to take that same 100 billion and put it in the big payday, you don't mint the additional 30 billion. Now, everything is compromise. We have to always understand that. We have to build huge demand for our auctions. We can't just build huge demand for our big paydays, because the issue with that is people don't want to wait 5 years. So we have to build huge demand in our auctions, okay? And so getting back to this concept is we need a starting point. So the first thing that's really great about this new proposal is that we're going to create this auction pool that mints 250 billion, that has the ability to mint 250 billion, okay? And then we have to decide how that is going to be allocated. Now, this auction pool is not going to show up on the Etherscan like one wallet where we create the tokens today. So we're not creating the 250 billion. We're only creating the tokens when we sell them in the auction. So if you think about the proposal, let me spell out the proposal, and then I'll show you the supply side, what we have today versus what we had. So the idea is Jack. I'm not saying Jack, Jeff. A lot of people have said, oh, they're the same. I have no idea. So just so you guys know. So anyway, getting back to what I spoke to Jack about yesterday, he wants sustainability. I think we all want sustainability, and we can create that sustainability. And I wasn't talking about year 1, 2, 3, or 4. I was talking about years 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's something we'll address in the future. To address it now is stupidity. But so what we're going to address today is, by creating this auction pool, we want to create this feel-good feeling for Axion. And what the feel-good feeling is for all of us is four times per week getting great dividends into your account for the next 48 months. That's what the feel-good feeling symbolizes. Now, of course, we all got these great dividends last Saturday. I think we handed out 4.5 billion. By the way, it's going to take a month, but you'll still get that amount over a period of a month versus a period of a day. And then the next twist when I come up with, it will blow you guys away, that you'll say, oh my gosh, this is even better than the big auction. This is even better. This edition is like, I can't even believe it. So we fixed everything that we've seen already. So the problem that people are having is, oh my gosh, I'm used to getting, X number of million coins every Saturday, and now you're taking that away from me. Well, guess what? We have to take it away. We can't sell 5 billion tokens every Saturday and do that for the next 4 years. It will hurt our economy. So we have to be realistic in what we can do to build up demand side. And we can't really front load it. I mean, we can't just jam it and say everyone is going to get an unlimited amount of tokens every Saturday. Can't do that. So the best thing we could do is this thing we call the auction pool. So we're going to create, it's a yes or no question. The first thing we want to do is take, out of the 250 billion, we want to reserve 50 billion for the big payday. Now, the 50 billion for the big payday is 5 years. If you look at the big payday, we have 10% and 20 and then 30 and then it ends at 20. I don't know if those numbers are right, but we know that at the end of the big payday, you will have depleted the big payday auction. So the idea from this is to take 50 billion out of the allocated 250 billion and put that into our big payday. That means we quantify it. We know that this is a good number. It's a lot bigger than anyone did expect. It's a great starting point. It may not be our end number. We might want to increase it, but at least we start with 50 billion. First thing. So we want you to say, it's one question. The next thing we want to do is we want to start, we don't know. Like after my new concept, I probably will say we should probably do 3 auctions per week, okay? Because we're going to have an additional 2, which I'll explain to you guys. So, but the starting point still, I think, for this proposal is four guys. We want to do 4 auctions per week to start. And the reason we want to do that is we want to give people enough every other day to say, I'm going to be able to put money in, I'm going to sell it to my friend, I'm going to tell this person, and we're going to have a consistent, way to figure out how much money you're going to make for the next 4 years. So the idea for the auction is to spread out 50 billion per year for 4 straight years. So if you take 50 billion first year, 50 billion second year, 50 billion third year, 50 billion fourth year. So 50 billion in the first year, if you just do simple math, 50 weeks, we're talking roughly about $1 billion a week, okay? And so if you do $1 billion a week, that means we break it down into 4 auctions, 250 million. And if you look at all of our smaller auctions, we've sold out 100 million, 250 million. I don't think we're going to have that big of a problem selling out the 4 weekly auctions, the 4 daily auctions that we have each week, because last week we already sold like 5 billion. So there should be no reason, especially with what I'm going to end up with and tell you guys at the end of this, there should be no reason not to sell out a single auction. And the goal for the moderators is to say, we sold out the auction, go to the market. So think about the human nature aspect of this. If you're an investor, Paul, you come into us for the first time, you sold the crypto to get involved, and you have 10 Ethereum. And then you find out, I just put 5 Ethereum into the auction. Your person who told you to come said to stagger it during the whole day. And you put your 5 Ethereum in, and then you see an announcement that says the auction has been sold out. You can either put more money in the auction, but you don't want to wait 2 more days because you're afraid the price is going to go up. You've already made the commitment in your own head. It's human nature. So the thing you're going to do, Paul, is you're going to take that extra 5 Ethereum, and you're going to, no matter what, you're getting your Axion tokens that day. Even if the auction sold out, it's human nature. It's FOMO, guys. It's just the way we all think. I don't want to miss the next. Suppose the next auction sells out, so I'll just buy whatever I didn't buy today. And this is what we should be telling our prospective clients: is if the auction sells out and you allocated 10 Ethereum today, don't feel bad. Just put the rest in the market. Just buy the rest on Uniswap. So buy whatever you can in the auction, and then when you see, stay tuned every day for an auction. And at some point, the moderators will say the auction sold out. When he makes that announcement, hopefully he can make that announcement early on. And on my new twist, the auctions are going to sell out in the first 2 hours. I'm going to tell you that right now on my new twist. Not our current auctions, that was we understand them, but the new twist, which I haven't got to. So bottom line for everyone is the message we tell our new clients is put your money into the Ethereum, into the Axion auction. It's great. We love it. You're going to make a lot of money. But as soon as you see the moderator that says the auction is sold out, take whatever Ethereum you didn't put in that you still wanted to buy and buy it on Uniswap. That will push the price. It will help all of us. Okay. So that's the auction portion. So to reiterate on the auction, we're going to create an auction pool with 250 billion tokens. And in that auction pool, we're going to allocate 50 billion per year, 4 times per week, 250 million tokens per auction. Okay. Now, talk about why that is different and better than what we had. After the first year, what this means is, let's say we sell out 50 billion tokens. So what does it really mean? It means that our supply goes from 250 billion to 300 billion with all referrals factored in. we're probably around 315, and then we probably will have another 15, maybe 10 billion. So we're only going to be around 325. I don't know if that's rough math. So if we did it the original way, after the first year, we would be around potentially 500 billion if Hex free claims sold out. The new concept takes us and drips our supply over 5 years. So we're not front loading and front ending our supply. We're not freaking loading the supply crazy. So the very first year, we're going to sell 50 billion in the auction. That takes us to 300. Then we have the referral of the 50 billion. If everyone self-refers, that's an additional 15 billion. So that takes us to 315. And then we'll have whatever is sold in the big payday. So we're still very much lower than where we could be. Any questions about that, guys, before we move on? Okay.
No.
Okay. So I think the next thing to do is we are going to turn this over to the community for the questions specifically about these four proposals. They're all yes questions. They're all going to be put up in each different chat. So the dev team will have their own, the whale chat will have their own vote, and then of course the general. And if you're in all four chats, you'll get four different votes.
Let's have, for those who are just joining us right now or who lost track because of all the information, can you, Scott, really quickly summarize each of the five in like 5 words? Like number 1 is blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to show everyone what Jack said to me on the proposal. Let me see. Maybe Jack could send over to Paul the actual thing he sent me. Jack, could you send to Paul the vote proposal so we can just kind of post it and then we can go over it that way? That might be
a good way. Visual.
He was here in our chat earlier. He might not even be here at the moment.
It helps when it's a visual.
Jojo has it too. Jojo, if you're there, just send in the. Let me see what I could do. Paul. What I can do is I can get this to you on your chat, and then you can post it. Let me just do that.
Like bullet points or something.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
it is pretty much bullet form. That's why I'm thinking. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to find out where it is. Here we go. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for it.
The live chat, and
If
some
you
people
want-
are very impatient. Where Axion it's all about staking, so impatience is not really a
Yes, hang on. Here we go. This is going to come over to you through the Discord. All right, and then we'll post it, and then we can see exactly what we'll be voting on. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, I think that will really help the community just visualize it, see it, and then
Okay.
they can have the questions around it.
Okay, so I just sent it to you, Paul.
Okay.
And then-
Got it.
And then we'll get back to
This is all happening live, everyone.
Exactly.
Proposals
Yeah.
about to be going up on the screen.
This is an exciting moment.
Yeah, it's very exciting. So let's try to. Can you blow that up? Okay. So the first part of this talks about who gets the vote and how we vote it, and that's really self-explanatory. Okay, just read that through, but it's easy to see what we're doing.
The following votes will be performed across multiple groups in the Axion network. The voting results will then be tallied. This will ensure that those with the deepest vested interest in the success of Axion will have vote weight equal to their involvement. For a vote to pass, it must require a supermajority of 75%. I assume that means.
Yeah.
Team plus devs, 1 vote per poll. Whales, 1 vote per poll. OG 5555s, 1 vote. In general, 1 vote per poll. This means on any given yes/no proposal, 3 of the above groups must vote for one choice for it to go through. If tied, we redo the proposal based on feedback. Before you vote in any of these polls, please take time to watch this video in full. This vote dictates the future of Axion. Taking time to understand why we are voting for each is crucial. That said, as we have upgradable contracts, everything proposed is an iterative test, where we can see what is working and what can continue to be improved upon. Okay, vote 1 is the Scott. Do you want to go through these then?
No, vote 1 is just we allow for you the 10 billion Axion through Hex or 30-day period. So the 30-day period will be the one we end up. So after 30 days, if you're a Hex holder, you can't free claim anymore.
It's cutting it off in February-ish, I guess.
Yeah, so if we started January 1st, let's just say hypothetically, February 1st, if you're in Hex, you will not be able to free claim Axion at that point anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's, we got to pass this proposal, guys.
Right.
There's no doubt we need this. It doesn't have to be the end all. It's just the starting point. So if you don't like some of these portions, some of these proposals, and they're not perfect, we're going to have to come up with a compromise, but we have to pass this one because we need to start somewhere.
We're going
we need to test.
We vote, we take the results, then we start the testing, and we can change as we see. Okay.
Yeah, so the vote number 2 is auto staking. Like I said, it wasn't decided in a vacuum. We went through Jack, myself, Jojo, a couple of others, and we said we got to start somewhere. 60 days. We felt maybe 30 could be too short because we don't want the people to game it. 60 days is a good starting point, but we might see that a lot of people don't want to invest, and maybe we're not selling out the auction so quickly, so maybe we have to reduce it, or maybe it's selling out too quickly with my new twist, so maybe we can go higher. But the idea of 60 days is a great starting point. So again, I'd say vote yes for that one.
All right. And for those who are listening to this and just jump, real vote goes on in Discord afterwards, not now. But feel free to write what you feel in the comments.
And then the vote number 3 is right now we have a 10% discount to the price. So if you buy Axion through the auction, you do a self referral, you would get a 10% bonus for yourself. Your referral would be an additional 20%, plus you'd get 10%. So right now, if you self-refer, if we didn't change this, we would be at 40%. So what this vote is saying is we're not going to give you a 10% discount on the price. We're going to move it to par, meaning there is no more discount on the actual price. So we are making it tighter. We're streamlining it. There's still going to be referrals. There's still going to be the YouTubers coming in. We're not hamstringing you guys. All we're saying is let's give them a compromise. Now, my gut feeling is that we are going to probably in 30 days tighten this up, as we talked about earlier. So I think we'll probably be today's vote. We're voting for basically we keep the discount at par, and we give you a 30% maximum self-referral. We have to start with that. It's not maybe my best and best, concept where we should start, but it doesn't matter because the reality is 60 days now, and there's just not a lot of tokens that we're talking about. So this is non-event for us, guys. It's really just vote yes on this part. No, a lot of people are going to want to add it to a premium. We're going to have to discuss this. No question what this should be in the future. And the great news is we have the flexibility to go from par to a 10% premium. We can go up to 30%. We can all discuss it, what it should be in the future. But you definitely need to vote yes to get it passed for now. Okay? Mm-hmm. Any questions on that one? And then what we'll do is we'll take some questions across the board. Mm-hmm. The other part of the last part of this is the auction pool. I think everyone's in agreement with this. We're going to create the ability to have 250 billion tokens created in this, minted potentially in this auction pool. But we also have to understand one concept. A lot of people will say, oh my gosh, does that give Jack with the team the ability to mint tokens, 10 billion for themselves, and steal it? The answer is 100% no. You can, remember, we're pointing this mint capacity, this minting formula to our auction pool. So what happens is if you mint, let's say 2 billion, 3 billion tokens, that has to go towards the auction. So if those 3 billion are, moved into the auction, the only way someone could get access to it is to deposit Ethereum. So any bad actor that said, oh my gosh, I'm going to come in here and mint 10 billion tokens. So what? You minted 10 billion tokens. Our auction now is 10 billion, if that was, a possibility. And now all of a sudden, you can't touch them because in order for you to touch them, you'd have to deposit 2,000 Ethereum. And so it's like no matter what happens with this mint control button that we said we can mint tokens for these auctions, No one has access to these tokens. The only way to get those tokens is to pay for them through an auction. So don't worry about this idea of fraudulent misappropriation. It's just not possible. Okay. And I want to make sure everyone gets that. So we want to do 250 billion tokens, 50 billion tokens first year, and 50 billion tokens second year, 50 billion tokens third year, 50 billion tokens fourth year. And then we want to do 50 billion tokens spread out across the 5 big paydays. So like we say in this below the additional note, we can change the demand side of this whenever we want. We can jumpstart it. If we see these auctions selling out, we're going to be able to jumpstart it. But so what you have to understand is I had all these token economics in my head for weeks. I know people will say it sounded like a simple concept, but I started in Axion, I think it was in August, and this whole proposal, it's taken me months, literally. And then I was banging my head against the wall about a month ago when we saw those huge auctions. This is literally banging my head against the wall. And there was a lot of ideas, things we could do. And I was driving back from an hour's drive from like a Costco, and this whole concept started to come together in my head. And by the time I got home, I started putting it on a piece of paper, and it still took another few days to formulate how to get rid of Hex. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, this is a slam dunk. So this proposal took a lot of thought, even though it's really simple. See, the best proposal or the best companies are the ones that could keep everything so simple that it seems like such a simple idea to create, and everybody understands it. But at the end of the day, people are just like, saying, oh my gosh. Yeah,
one thing I want to mention as far as, because everyone's all up in arms all the time about this, referrals and self-referrals, and there's no way to actually know, to actually prevent someone from self-referring. We already know that. It's an impossibility because you can use 2 different wallets. My point is this, though. Are we not just copying what Hex started off with, this 20%, 10%? Why can't it just be 10% and 10%? And again, I'm big on the ref program, but to me, when that launched, it was like, wow, 20% seems high. Why can't it be equal? 10% for the referrer, 10% for the referee. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. It's just an option, but everyone is going crazy with it. And I'm like, you could help this very easily if you just made it equal, 10%, 10%.
By the way, I don't disagree 100%.
I don't think YouTubers would really care. Sure, they care now that it's changed because they started with 20. Oh, it's going to 10. But just hearing that they're getting 10% off every referral, YouTubers are going to promote something that they make something. They don't need to make 30% or 15%. They're just like, I'm making 10%. And also, it seemed weird when you're referring. It's like, oh, how much do you get out of this? Oh, I get 20, you get 10. I actually would think it would be fair if you're getting someone in. They're like, hey, how much do you get from this? Oh, I get 10% just like you. Oh, cool. We're both getting a 10% bump.
I don't mind that idea, by the way.
Another thing is you mentioned
just throwing it out there.
Mini paydays. Is that part is part of the vote as well, or is that?
No. That's just in order to understand sometimes where we're going to be going in this future ecosystem. It's really good to kind of like lay the foundation and the groundwork. So,
all right. So we're not really voting.
No, we're not talking about that yet, but that is definitely going to be on the table because it's not going to cost us a lot of Axion. And we can do, we're going to have this big payday that's only going to be 10% the first year. So wouldn't it be cool if we could do 3 or 4 mini big paydays?
My point is this, Scott, and again, I want you just to continue on because I don't want to make this a show about going back and forth because there's going to be a vote. My point is this, though: we don't want to make too many changes continually because we're testing it so much. Like, oh, that didn't work, that didn't work. Yes. My point is this: the self-referrals is a huge problem. I don't think any YouTubers would care if all of a sudden it was 10% for them and 10% that gets into the auction, and you work out those. You're not discounting the price, you're not hurting anything, and you're giving each person 10%. So even if they're self-referring, that's 20% instead of 30%. I mean, I think it's very fair. And I'm coming from a point that, I'm big on referrals. I think they're a huge driver. I'm fine with 10%. I don't need 20%. I think 20% was high to start with Hex. So
absolutely. By the way, my gut feeling is that we'll probably go to that model. But the way you fix it is you can also go to a premium. Like you can keep the referral at 20 and 10 and then go to a market premium. So it's really shrinking it.
Maybe
the thing is, my point is this, though, is I'm sure like if it was even proposed on a 10 and 10, I'm just throwing it out there. Because if you start messing around with the referrals continually, like, oh, we're shaving it here. Oh, we're going to change it. You can't. You got to come up with one time that we're going to change this referral thing. And everyone's like, go for it, 10 and 10, great. If they go that direction, you can't, for 6 months down the road, go, oh, we're going to go to 5 and 5 now. No, you can make one change and one change
that's
only,
it.
in my opinion. So I'm just saying this doesn't hurt discounting the price. It doesn't hurt arbitrage. It actually, helps things by basically 10 and 10. Both, self-referrals get 20. If I'm, referring someone, I get a 10% bonus. I don't need 20%. 20% is nice. But I think, when I heard this with Hex, because they were the ones that kind of adopted that, I don't know many referral programs where you're getting 20% over top. Maybe that's the case it is in crypto. I don't know. But to me, it seemed very high in the first place. And again, going forward, whatever we do, is thought through, because you don't want to continually change every 2 months. You're mentioning that, which is awesome. And I agree. We need to have a limit, with the, start at 60, but then give them the option if they want to go for a year. But my point is the referral program. You get someone referring someone and they just get this idea. And then all of a sudden you just, oh, what happened? It just got slashed in half, or, oh, it just got cut down. Right? We're kind of doing a historic change.
I think you're 100% right. We have to start somewhere. I think what's going to happen is, I think it's a little bit too late to change this proposal today.
No, for sure. I'm just,
I'd say we get the vote approved.
Sure.
We suffer through the next 30 days.
Sure.
And then, I think I'm looking at my notes here.
If it's an issue, my point is, if it's an issue down the road, to me, it's an easy fix. And again, I'm talking 2021. I'm not talking for this proposal. I'm just saying that a lot of people are perplexed about this issue. And I'm like, honestly, I don't care as long as you don't take away the referral program, because that would be disastrous, which you're not.
I wanted to just interject real quick, because I do see some people saying, well, let's just get rid of referrals. And I think that is the worst idea. We always need to make sure that the community has an incentive to obviously bring more people in, because that's what we've been talking about, creating demand. We need more wallets, etc. So I don't think removing the referral program is ever going to be an option. I would vote against that every single time. But I agree with Robbie that even if we were to change the the referee, I guess is the one, or the referrer, down to 10%, just the simple fact that you can get a bonus for bringing somebody in, that has to stay. And I think that would be cool. So
I'm a YouTuber. I'm cool with it.
Yeah. So I think the next vote, once we propose and get this passed, we build it out, we come back in 30 days. We know we'll eliminate the Hex free claim. I'm checking that off. I know we'll fix the auto stake period. Maybe it will be different than what we're voting on today. And then, of course, we'll talk about that referral.
Cool. We'll move on. We'll move on. I don't want a distraction.
Let's move on. Honestly, I don't disagree with your proposal, Robbie. And I think it'll probably pass with most people because, it's a really good choice.
Okay. It just seems like a no-brainer to me, but it's okay. Let's continue on, because we'll stay focused on what we're voting on right away. We're not voting on that right now.
So we know we're ready to take questions and answer questions.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get a couple questions.
And by the way, I do apologize. I don't mean to sometimes. I have a lot of thoughts and I go off on tangents. So that's my biggest weakness. So I do apologize if I start going on a tangent away from the proposal and then coming back to it.
No, I initiated it. It's not your fault at all, Scott. I actually interjected with that. I just wanted to get it out there because I think it's a very smart thing for future. And again, it can be something, but I want to stay, focused on what we're talking about. So no, that was my fault altogether. Okay. So don't take any blame on that one.
I think it's neither of your faults. It's seeing two great minds working together, and I like it.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia.
So let's take some questions. All right.
Yeah. If you've got a question, put it into the Q&A right now. Now is the time. And we will put it up on the screen, or Paul will, and I'll read it out. And that's how that's going to go. I've seen so many questions as we started up on the screen passing by. So hopefully those people have saved their questions, and we'll now put them out here. I am scrolling through until we get a new question to see if there's one I can pick up from the past couple of minutes.
Okay.
Let's see. There are some great comments in here that really aren't questions, but everyone really is really enjoying.
Maybe everyone's just like, we just want to vote. We have no questions. We're ready to go.
We're saying, okay, I agree with Scott. I agree with Robbie. Let's do this thing. Come on, let's vote.
Why not limit Hex free claims to 5 billion?
Yeah,
guys. it's not even going to be close to 5 billion. Okay. So what we're talking about right now, I don't know the number, but it's probably very low. When we talk about Hex free claims, it's the amount of free Axion we're giving out. Okay. That's really all that matters. How much free Axion have we given out so far? It's a very low number. And I can promise you guys, it's not going to be above 5 billion. In 30 days, if you don't free claim, guys, you're done. You can't free claim ever again. So 30 days, we're going to hand out free tokens. On day 31, you don't have the ability to get a free token anymore.
Living Like Mike has a question. What incentive does a YouTuber have to promote the auction if this proposal includes for everyone to self-refer to get the bonus?
I'm not
sure. The average person doesn't know about self-referring. Again, we're talking about a very sophisticated mechanism that the average person has no clue they can even do that. So, I mean, unless we're promoting it, no one really is going to know about it unless it's the core community and we're continually talking about it. But quite honestly, who would actually even think about being able to do that? A lot of people don't. They're just like, oh, okay, cool, I'm coming in. Someone referred me. I clicked on their link, or, you know, so I don't think people are thinking that way, but it's a good question. I don't think there's any way to prevent that. You know, because we don't know the other wallet. So there's just, if you have a refer system, it's an impossibility to stop self-referring. It's an impossibility.
I don't think, Mike, if that was your question, it would ever hinder and eliminate someone from buying on your referral link. So if someone sees a video that you promote, I don't think it's going to be, oh my gosh, he's not going to be in our Discord. He's probably not going to know much about Axion. He's going to come to your YouTube, he's going to watch a video, then he's going to watch another one, and you're going to teach him how to, you know, get his 10% bonus. Now, I don't think there's going to be an issue with you losing sales or anyone losing sales in this referral bonus. Yes, at some point there'll be people that come in through a YouTube video that start to go to our Discord, take this more serious, get more information. And they'll say, oh my gosh, I didn't know you could self-refer. So maybe when he tops up, you may not get that 20%. So that could be the issue. But that's, you know, doesn't mean that will happen. And then there's going to be a lot of people, there's going to still be an awful lot of people that won't even do any self-referral. People will just say, I heard about this auction. Guy told me to get in. He doesn't use a referral bonus. He just clicks on the thing. He gets his 10%. And there is no referral bonus. So we know there's going to be a lot of people coming in right off the street without using a referral bonus too. Okay.
All right. Next question. What would happen if the auctions don't fill? Will they still roll over to the next?
Well, there's definitely going to be some talk about this in the future. So that's one of the reasons we're doing a 30-day test. So the way it's going to work in this 30 days is they will roll to the next period. The reason we have this concept, Hex didn't have what we have in this regard. We have what they call a minimum bid price. So if we don't sell out the auction, whatever is left over will roll to like the following 2 days later, the following auction, if we're doing 4 days a week. Hex couldn't do that. They whatever they had in the auction, if it was 500 million and there was only X amount of Ethereum, all of it had to sell out. So the reason why Richard Hart or whoever, I'm not saying it was Hart, but the reason why people had to start recycling and putting more Ethereum into that auction is because they didn't want people really getting such a discount on their Hex. So at this point, we're going to roll over whatever is not, you know, there's two choices. Either we roll it over, there's three choices here that we'll end up voting on. What do we do eventually if we don't sell out the auction? One, do we roll it into the next auction? Two, do we roll it into the big payday at the end of the year? Or three, do we burn it? Those will be the three choices someday when we vote on this next concept, but on that concept. So we'll probably have a vote on that. But for now, let's see what happens the next 30 days. We'll roll them into the next auction. Guys, we sell out 4 billion a week. We should be able to sell out 4 billion the next month. Okay, so don't worry about this auction size for now.
Next question, is the auction pool proposal currently replacing the current auction mechanics, or is it separate?
Well, eventually what happens is these daily auctions are all based on penalties, right? And this new auction pool is not necessarily going to replace every auction. So think of it like this. Let's say the way it will work is how I see it is, let's say we have 4 auctions, a Monday, a Wednesday, let's say a Friday and a Sunday. So let's say it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. So now generally we have some daily auctions, in those same days. Right now what we have today is 6 daily auctions, 1 weekly. Okay. So now we're all of a sudden going to have these 4 bigger auctions that we're going to call them daily. So let's say, for example, on a Monday, there's 10 million coins in that day's auction the way we see it today. And that's the day we set up the 250. So that day we'll have 250 plus 10. So we would have 260 million. So we're not going to change anything of the daily auction. So whatever is in that daily auction, we're only talking 4 auctions per week of 250 million. So if our auction on Wednesday, we're going to put 250 million in, but the day before there was some big penalties, we'll end up with 260, 270. So none of the mechanics change. We're just adding this new layer into the daily auction. Does that make sense, guys?
Yep.
Okay. I want to make sure that is really understood.
Well, Scott, I'm going to put out last call for questions in our live chat, but a lot of people are saying, when's he going to talk about the twist?
All right, here we go. You guys ready? You guys ready for this?
We're all sitting down. We're all sitting down.
Listen,
Everyone's
guys, listen, there's going to be lots and lots and lots of questions. I'm not going to start confusing the crap out of you guys on how we're going to do it, the mechanics of this. Okay, it will take me an hour. We're going to have to do a follow-up call. Okay, so the plan is, let me give you a skeleton outline. Let me show you the future of Axion. Okay, let me run to the bathroom for 1 second. Okay, just give me 1 second. You guys mind?
Good.
Okay,
no,
hang
I
on.
don't mind at all.
Okay, hang on.
You put him in the green room for now, and he's enjoying the snacks there and the washroom. So
they're all low calorie and
no, it's super exciting. I mean, obviously with all these changes that are taking place, but it's just improving the ecosystem, is making it better.
Yes.
And I think the community is excited to get the vote on, get it going, and it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be posted right after the show.
Some people are saying, oh, there's too many changes happening. This devalues the project. But just think about how this project started in the pre-sale. And then when we went, you know what happened. And now where we are. This isn't just normal project. This is something completely different. This is something completely special. We are a survivor. And in some cases, some of the things that have happened to us, in the solving, it's made us stronger and better. So
Sure.
Even if now it seems like, oh, there's these meetings and there's these changes, why won't they just get it straight? I think that that's really short-sighted and a lot of impatience at play. Even myself as a newbie, I want a turnkey operation. Yeah, but if you want that, then you'd go somewhere else. This is something completely.
It's community driven as well, too, right? So again, this is open to the entire community. You can think these things through, and you are actually deciding what the future is of Axion. I mean, to be part of a project, it's amazing.
Just listen, take it in. I see a lot of impatience. I know it's crypto. People have, the attention span is very short. Yeah. Just listen, absorb, think. The vote's coming up, and then there's going to be more discussions. This is ever evolving. We're going to get better because we have great ideas. They're going to be hashed out. They're going to be voted on. They're going to be tweaked as we learn. So just sit back and enjoy the ride. Okay.
Yeah.
Just sit back and enjoy the ride. Scott is back.
All right, guys. So drum roll. It's really a lot of new concepts that hasn't been seen before in crypto. And the byproduct of all this is we're going to fix the credit card. It's kind of like crazy that so let me tell you how I came up with this. So I was thinking, someone wrote to me in the chat the other day and I said, well, maybe we should do a mega auction once a week. We're getting these outstanding buybacks. When we talk about the buyback, we can't emphasize enough. I know everybody wants to hear the new concept, but when we have this buyback mechanism, it's not the end all be all, guys. It's something that works in the background where all of a sudden you look back in 3 months, 6 months, and say, how did the price go up 5 times? Well, the buyback mechanism was working. You shouldn't really notice the buyback. Now, all week, the last 4 auctions, we've been watching this buyback. Oh my, like a hawk. We just bought back this. We got slipped. We got this. We don't want to solely focus on that. That's not our focus. So how do we drive demand? That's really back to the question is how can we drive insane demand? That's my question. How can we do it? And when I tell you guys this concept, it should flaw you because it flawed me. It literally will get it I came up with it on Saturday night at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were you drinking?
I wasn't drinking, but I meditate. I meditate quite a bit, and I was meditating, and I kept trying to figure out the best solution. How could I create more demand for Axion? I kept asking myself that question over and over. What am I missing? How do we diversify our ecosystem? Like everyone's getting Axion, but how do we make it better? How do we give people an ability to say, I want to buy Axion because by buying Axion, I'm buying a mutual fund of crypto. How do we do that? How do we do that concept?
How do we do it, Scott? How do we do it?
Here we go. Drum roll. So Axion, here's the defining moment, people.
Timestamp this one, people.
Here it is. Axion today is a certificate of deposit. Axion tomorrow will be a new utility. It's going to be a certificate of deposit / mutual fund. We're going to turn our business model into a mutual fund. It's going to have a utility. We're going to have an investment committee. We're going to determine the best investments we want to make for our ecosystem. It'll be the first coin that's ever done anything like this. Now, what does this all mean? Okay, so this is what it's going to do. These are the mechanics. We're going to have, 2 auctions per week. So now we already have 4 in the proposal, but this new concept is going to be an additional 2. Okay, it's going to be a fixed price auction. And the people, let's talk about the investor. We're going to talk about what the investor gets in this new super auction and what the stakers get. And that's what's going to propel the price of Axion to new highs. I honestly, after I came up with this, I said, I got to go out and buy Axion because it's crazy what's going to happen. It's going to create so much FOMO to buy Axion. Okay, so here it is. So getting back to what I'm saying is we are now going to create 2 auctions per week. We're going to call this auction the Axion Venture Auction. Axion Ventures Auction. We'll have one. Let's just talk about the first one on a Saturday. So Axion Ventures, it's really known as the Axion Venture Capital Auction. So what does it do? How does it work? Well, it's very basic. The buyback, so the auction mechanics will not change. So right now, the buyback pool is pointing to Axion, right? That's what we're buying. So what happens? Okay, so let's work through the mechanics. Client comes in through a referral link. The referee gets his 20%. The client gets his 10% bonus. But on this Saturday, he's going to get a 20% bonus, 20% bonus of whatever the Ethereum that he puts into the auction is used to buy. He's going to get a 20% bump. Okay, so let's say on that auction day, now we're going to have what we call a cap. So in the very beginning of the auction, we think these auctions will sell out, and we're going to mint coins for these auctions. We don't know the amount, maybe 100 billion, but my feeling is that we'll sell out 2.5 billion every Saturday, and we'll probably sell it out in the first few hours because as soon as we sell the first 2.5 billion, that first 2.5 billion will have an auto stake of 90 days. The next 2.5 billion that gets sold in that same auction will have an auto stake of 120 days. So people are going to rush to buy into this auction. The reason why people are going to buy it is because you're not getting Axion back. You're putting your money into the Axion auction. You're getting, if you self-refer, you're going to get Axion coins. You're going to get, 20% bonus. So if you put in 10 Ethereum, you're going to get ABC amount of Axion. Let's just say hypothetically, you put in 10 Ethereum, the investor gets, let's say 50 million Axion for self-referring all the bonus that's locked up. But what if I told you you're going to get an additional piece that you weren't expecting? You're going to get 2 coins, okay, from that auction. So if you put in 10 Ethereum, you're going to get 2 Ethereum back worth of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, people. Bitcoin. You're going to get liquid Bitcoin. And you're going to get a new coin that our community voted on to buy that week. So all of a sudden, this new investor is saying, holy shit, I'm getting a 20% self-referral bonus. That's amazing. I'm getting another 10%, so nothing changes there. Plus, I'm getting liquid coins that the community thinks are going to be red hot investments. And guess what? They're liquid. So why wouldn't I buy into this auction? And why wouldn't I buy it big? Because I'm getting a mutual fund. I'm getting, it's one-stop shop, guys. This is how we build mass adoption into Axion and create a mutual fund. We now have the ability to say, we're going to set up what they call a MoonPay account eventually. People will go to our website, put in fiat USD, take that USD, put it directly right into Axion or right into the crypto market. Then they could put it in, he'll get the Ethereum from the MoonPay. And then, I want to back up. Person never is invested in crypto, goes to our website. There's a thing called MoonPay. Put $10,000 in, you get 10,000 worth of Ethereum. Takes that Ethereum, goes directly to the auction. Then he puts it in the auction and the auction spits back. You just bought X amount of Axion. Here's your bonus. Here's your self-referral and your X bonus. And by the way, make sure you check your wallet after the auction because we just gave you 2 Ethereum of Bitcoin, 2 Ethereum of something not related to Axion. First coin that's ever done this, guys. Wow. So what happens now, I'm going to talk about the stakers. So what happens now is everybody wants a piece of Axion because Axion, when you buy Axion, not only are you getting Axion, but you're getting Bitcoin plus another venture capital, brand new coin that our community votes on. Now, the way it's going to work is we're going to have a contest once a week or twice per week. Every community that wants our community to buy their coin, they're going to have to vote. They're going to have to go into our community and vote. They're going to have to start buying our coin to vote. Our marketing just moved up and leapfrogged every other communities because now we're giving people liquid Bitcoin. And guess what also we're giving them? We're giving them liquid Trust Swap. So if we vote to put Trust Swap in our auction pool, all of a sudden you get back Bitcoin and you get back Trust Swap. Nice. Now, if we put Trust Swap in there, we want a chance to go to the Trust Swaps community and sell our coin to them. And why should we put your coin in when we have 5 others? You need to vote on it, and we'll find out a mechanism to make sure you vote in our community. And now we're cross-selling or cross-pollinating another community. And that's our future of marketing. Now, The best part in all of this, and the FOMO, is the people existing stakers. Think about it. Think about
staker class.
This is insane. This is it, man. Jack has agreed that he's only going to take 5% of the super auction. Okay? So that means 20% goes to the client, and that's going to be, you put in 10 Ethereum, you're literally going to get 1 Ethereum back in Bitcoin and 1 Ethereum back in something else that's liquid. That's pure liquidity that you can sell. Now, remember the idea of this credit card? Who doesn't want to have Bitcoin on their credit card that's liquid? It's just a bonus. Every single investor that stakes will have liquid Bitcoin, and it will be twice per week. So we know no matter what happens, twice per week, you're going to get liquid Bitcoin if you stake. How's that for a reason to buy Axion? Everybody's shaking their head. But here's the thing. What? What happens? You got to stake. You got to stake. Stake it. You stake it to make it. Stake it to get your Bitcoin. That's our pitch. If you stake, you get your Bitcoin. So the way it works for staking is we'll probably say you need to do a 90-day stake. We'll probably have a gatekeeper that says, you want this supercharged auction? Just make sure you have a 90-day stake. We'll encourage a longer-term staking. And now all of a sudden, what will happen is all these people the day before the auction that's coming on the super Saturday, they're going to have to buy our coin because they want to get tomorrow's Bitcoin. So it's kind of crazy, but if we sell 2,000 Ethereum out, think about how much Bitcoin we get from that. If we sell $1.5 million of Axion, and as the price starts going up, we're selling a lot more. So all we're really doing is diversifying our own wallets, our own portfolio. So what Axion tomorrow will be is if you buy into our ecosystem 4 times per week, you get these great dividends on Axion. 2 times per week, you're going to wake up and get Bitcoin plus another coin, plus something else. So now all of a sudden, the Bitcoin you get, guys, if you're staking for 5 years, you're staking for 2, you're staking for 1, you're staking for 60 days, it doesn't matter how long you staked for, you just got liquidity. This is a liquidity event that we're giving you. And when we give you this liquidity, what does it do? It frees that liquidity up for your credit card. It fixes the problem that we've all worried about, right? Yeah. So now we're the first coin ever to be able to offer the ability, you buy Axion, you're getting a mutual fund. You're going to get Bitcoin for sure if you stake it, but you're going to get so many other little goodies. And some of those goodies will be pre-sale coins, everything else.
Scott, I'm seeing some questions in chat, and that is about...
Go ahead.
Oh, we're getting an echo.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
Okay, well, I'll ask the question.
It's gone.
Anyway, it's starting to go away. All right.
Okay.
People are asking, okay, well, where does the funds come from to buy the Bitcoin and all of that? Can you explain that mechanics of where that comes from?
Okay, so the way it works today, we have to mint. This is a brand new concept. We have the original auction 4 days a week. We've already went through that concept. This is a new auction pool. So let's say we give this new auction pool, we call it Axion Venture Capital Fund or auction. So in this venture capital, we say, what do we all want to mint for this? What do we want to give it the ability to mint? Let's say we're going to give it the ability to mint 100 billion. So now that's where the Axion comes from, okay? The next question is the investor. The mechanics is the investor is going to deposit his Ethereum into the current Axion Saturday auction, right? And instead of pointing that buyback to Axion, where it is pointed now, and at the end of the auction, on that Saturday, when you put your money into remember, if you're an investor in the auction, you bought it into the investment to get Axion, which you see what you get at the end of the auction. Then the buyback buys Axion, but we're going to point that buyback to wrapped Bitcoin. So instead of the buyback mechanism on Uniswap will just be pointed, instead of pointing at Axion, it'll be pointed at wrapped Bitcoin. So the people who get their money back during the auction right now, if you think about it, if you invest in the auction, you put your 10 Ethereum in, all you get is you get a 20% bonus if you self-refer in Axion, plus you get another 10% bonus. So the only thing you're doing is what we call a payment in kind. and that is you're getting back you're getting Axion at the end of the day. It's going to be staked for 60 days. That's what you receive. But in this new supercharged auction, you're going to receive an additional piece. So when you go to withdraw your money at the end of that auction that you put in, you put in 10 Ethereum, you're going to walk away with 2 Ethereum, 1 Ethereum maybe in Bitcoin, and 1 Ethereum, let's say, trust swap. So now all of a sudden, I made a $10,000 or 10 Ethereum investment, and I've already diversified 20% of it because I got Bitcoin back, I got trust swap back. That was all gravy. Plus, I got all this other, the Axion. So the original idea was I'm going to buy into Axion because I like the idea, but I'm also going to get day one of my auction. It's going to be supercharged, and it's going to be first come, first serve. Every single auction, people are going to have to put in so much money because they want to get that bonus. So you're getting an immediate bonus that's liquid. And we don't care if you sell Bitcoin because it's liquid. It's do whatever you want with it. It's yours. It's like a instant rebate. So the investor will come to our auction because we're creating the most insane demand economy that crypto has ever seen. There's never been a better economy to create this kind of demand for the buyer, for the investor. Wow. I mean, think about it. We're creating ridiculous demand economy. We already got 81% staked just on Axion. Once people find out they can get 20% Bitcoin plus, or 10% Bitcoin and 10% trust swap, and they get their 30% bump on their Axion, what the WTF is this all about? I better invest. So we're going to create insane demand economy for the tokenomics on the big auction. The other piece is that everyone is used to on Monday, Tuesday, on the normal auctions, everybody is used to getting their Axion. That's not going to change. So 4 days a week, you're going to sit back, relax, and get your dibs, your Axion dibs. But you're going to start looking forward to those Saturdays and maybe that Wednesday if we're going to do 2 of these auctions, Axion Venture Capital auctions. Now, the Axion Venture Capital auction will always include Bitcoin plus another token. Maybe the Saturday auction will be a large cap or a more established coin, and maybe an earlier auction will be a less established coin. So at the end of the day, what does the staking community get? You get the spoils. You get everything. You get 75% of real money liquid. See, before there was no liquid mechanism. That's what I really want to point out. For the very first time in our community, we're giving you your liquidity, and you're not going to hurt our token. So we're creating a liquidity event for you. So if you stake, you stake for a year. Everyone says, oh my gosh, I don't want to stake for a year. It's too long. I'm tying up my capital. But guess what? You staked 100 million. But guess what? Every Wednesday and Saturday, you're going to have true liquidity that you can buy more Axion with. You do whatever you want. If you guys have 100 million and this auction sells 4 billion, let's say an auction sells out 1,000 Ethereum, right? And all of a sudden you got 500, let's just say hypothetically, we sell $1 million worth of Ethereum in the auction. And you as a staker, guess what? You just get yourself a nice payday that day. You get your share of the $500,000 worth of Bitcoin, plus you get your $500,000 worth of trust swap. So when you stake, guys, the only thing you're entitled to right now when you stake is Axion. That's it, right? So at the end of this, when we adopt this new mechanism, we create a liquidity event 2 days a week. 2 days a week. And eventually the ecosystem changes from being solely dependent on Axion. The future of Axion will probably be diversified away from Axion. Will be a mutual fund. It's just that simple. We're going to Axion will be like a holding company for all of this. That will be like the way you pay everybody will want to keep buying Axion, keep buying it for the other spoils to diversify their portfolio. So the future is demand. Remember in the beginning of the conversation, this concept will drive our demand through the roof, guys.
Mutual fund, love it.
Yeah, it's a mutual fund. That's what we're talking about.
What
You have
about? That's really
you
weird.
have blown our minds. We're all smiles. The chat's going wild. And all I can say is beam us up to the moon, Scotty.
I mean, do you guys like it? What's the response? Give me, like, okay, when I came up with the idea on Saturday night, I didn't know how great of an idea it was. But I'm telling you,
a choir of angel themes strumming harps because I'm a beam of light, because it sounds like that kind of an idea.
I mean, guys, this is the aha moment that we look back on when we say we locked liquidity. We had no access to liquidity after we put our tokens for 15 years. That changes today.
Yeah.
I hope everybody gets that. You now have the ability to get liquidity twice per week.
What about existing stakers?
Okay, no, existing stakers is what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's some of the questions I'm seeing in chat is, are people that are already staked heavily, like I'm 100% staked right now.
Okay.
Can you just turn on your volume? Can you turn on your volume, Scott,
Yeah,
on
sure.
your computer?
That could be.
Okay, hang on, guys. Go ahead.
It is.
So I'll answer that question.
Yeah, existing staker class. How does this change potentially, affect them?
Okay, there's the volume. Can you guys hear me? Okay, how's that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you staked. Let's just use an extreme example. You got your liquidity. You got 200 million Axion, and you staked it for 3 years. Right? That's a typical example. A lot of people have done that. So what happens? Well, what happens is this: you're going to get your normal Axion that you'll see in your interest. Nothing changes. You're 4 days per week. You're going to get your share of the dividends from each auction from the original proposal. That's day 1, 3, 5, and 7. So you get that. Everybody knows that. This new proposal, instead of getting Axion, you're going to have in your wallet liquid Bitcoin, liquid trust swap. If let's say we voted this week to put trust swap into our auction, the way it would work, let's say we raise 1,000 Ethereum. Okay, 500 Ethereum goes to buy. Actually, what happens is the process is this: we raise 1,000 Ethereum. Okay, I'm gonna walk you through. You raise 1,000, and then 50 of that 1,000 Ethereum goes to Jack. Okay, the team. Now we have 950 Ethereum left. We take that 950, 425, right, buys Bitcoin, and 425 Ethereum buy trust swap. Okay, now at the end of that auction, it finally finishes. Trust swap is an ERC20. We can point to it on Uniswap. Bitcoin is wrapped Bitcoin. We point to that on Ethereum. Okay, now at the end of the auction, when you open your wallet to see how much you got, you're going to see your Axion totals for the day, but you're also going to have this really welcome surprise. We're going to call it the Christmas present, because you're getting this Christmas bonus, and you're getting it every week. So you remember, you guys staked for 3 years. You're going to get liquid Bitcoin. You're going to get liquid trust swap. It's not going to be staked. It's going to be yours to do whatever you want with that day.
So if somebody that's already staked in Axion right now,
yeah,
even if they didn't enter any more auctions going forward,
you'd still get it.
They're still going to get a piece of this action because of the simple fact that they're already staked.
No, you're getting 75% of it, not a piece. Guys, if you're staked in Axion, you're getting.
I get it.
Okay, so if you're a staker, guys, you're going to get 75% of the action. You're already in our ecosystem. We're giving you, if we raise $1 million, the Axion ecosystem is getting 750,000 in liquidity, guys. That day, that what?
The staker class is getting 750,000
that day. The staker class. So the new
liquid crypto.
Is that going to put a smile on your face?
I'll tell you what, like you said, and you think about this.
From ear to
Axion
ear.
credit card, because my first question was, okay, well, I got all this Axion staked, well, I got to have liquid something to, obviously to use that really effectively, to borrow against it, assign collateral or whatever.
Of course.
Now I'm building up my buying power with my Axion card just by being staked. So
exactly.
People,
Yeah.
You guys got it, man.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
You got it. You just think you don't understand. After 3 months, you're going to be trickling in Bitcoin, Trust Swap, ABC coin, another coin, another coin, another coin. It will always be Bitcoin and something else. So after 5 months, you get your Axion credit card and said, oh my gosh, I got all this liquidity. You can sell it and just leave it in USD coin. You can sell it, put it in more Axion. You can just spend it on your credit card. You're getting like this free rebate because we created insane demand. You guys
it's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, just flat out, flushing everything out. It is amazing. There's no doubt. I mean, the community, the comments, people are losing their mind. Honestly, guys, mutual fund, the first crypto mutual fund, obviously tied with the credit card. And again, this solves the entire issue when it comes to liquidity. Honestly, it's great. It's amazing.
It solves the issue of liquidity. Okay,
it's amazing.
Okay, so let's talk about all the issues we had. The liquidity issue is gone because if you stake $100 million for 3 years, you want to put money on your credit card, you already have a liquidity. You're going to have a liquidity event twice per week.
Every week.
I'm going to throw another curveball at you guys.
Another one, guys. I don't know if I can take another one. I am overload. I'm on overload today.
I'm just going to give you one more curveball.
One more.
What if you know how we do this proposal? We'll be able to do this next month. What if right now we're designating, we're building our demand side of the equation, but what if we just say we're pointing 80% of our daily auction to buying back the Axion, right? Let's say we're talking about a normal day, not the Axion venture capital, but let's just say it's a normal day in our crypto auction, and we know in a normal day, we have 250 million Axion that's going to be sold. So now we sell out the Axion. We have 60 Ethereum in the auction pool. What if instead of buying back 80%, we know we raised 100. Let's say we raised 50 Ethereum on this 250 million small auction. So now all of a sudden you have 50 Ethereum. Jack takes his piece. We'll probably be able to convince him to give us maybe a little back. We'll see. But guess what? On a normal auction day, suppose we take 25% and buy Bitcoin. Instead of buying 80% buyback in our Axion, why don't we just take a small portion every auction and just put it into Bitcoin? So now, as a staker, we can create Bitcoin every day in your account. Every single day we auction.
Yeah.
Genius,
incredible.
Right? It's just an add-on, but it's easy to do.
It's incredible.
We
got to stop. We got to stop here. We got to stop here because people are going to their minds are going to blow up. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. Just the amount. I mean, it's incredibly brilliant. There's just no doubt about it. Every which way, linked with the credit card. Honestly, having the Axion Venture Capital auction twice a week, guys. I mean, this is like brilliant. This is innovative. This is the first ever in the world. We are going. This is the first time in the world. People are going to FOMO in like crazy. They're going to lose their mind.
So that was the day.
Let me just say a couple of other things before we sign off. We talked about the ARBs, the freaking crazy guys selling and all this other stuff. None of it matters anymore because people aren't going to want to arb it anymore. They're going to want to stake it. Because if you don't stake it, you're not getting the Bitcoin. So everything that we've talked about and all the issues we had, this one, literally this new proposal solves the entire ecosystem for years to come. 100%. It changes the game for us.
It's a game changer. I don't think there's anyone that would vote no on this. It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, get this thing going immediately because I'm sure we want to start doing it. Also, credit card launching in January. I mean, if timing is right, we could this could be a grand slam. Forget home run. This is just absolutely incredible. I mean,
guys, everybody, amazing. You all wanted to be you want mass adoption? This is how you get
your first vote. You could have your first vote on Axion today. Let's go for a vote, guys. All in favor? Yes. What do you think? I'm in.
Yes.
Right there. So you already had the first kind of intro vote to the main vote right there. Done. Yes. I mean, it's just a no-brainer. It's brilliant.
Slap the smile off my face right now. I don't think.
I mean, have you guys honestly?
It's incredible. It's incredible.
Have you guys ever?
What are the devs? Real quick. What are the devs think as far as just how complex is this? Timelines? Can you mention anything? Just as far
I think I spoke to T. Deli a little bit, and I spoke to DefDRAW. We definitely have to hash it out. But from what we could see, from what I can see, is all you're really doing is repointing the buyback. That can't be too hard. And then you're repointing it and you're just taking whatever you get and redistributing it. It's already in the contract. So I think what Jack said last night, we should be able to roll this out within 30 days.
Oh my
Maybe
goodness.
sooner.
Incredible. Let's get this going. I'm incredible excited to see the votes on this first proposal, and I'm even more crazy excited to see the votes on the next one as far as the Axion, capital. I mean, it's just incredible. Axion.
I mean, guys, don't you understand
the ring to it? There's just average person, but the average person, even the average normie. Well, what? Venture capital auction? What's that all about? I mean, it rings investment, it rings finance. I mean, it is such a brilliant way to bring on the average person, the non-coiners. This is exactly who we want to reach with Axion.
Yes.
Honestly, that is the future. And honestly, this is a way to bring them in on an easy way to actually onboard millions and millions of people into something that will just get them excited about crypto, giving them liquidity, giving them staking benefits. I mean, the staking itself, it ties in all of the fundamentals and the tokenomics perfectly. Brilliant. Grand slam.
Yeah, I mean,
out of the park. Out of the park. I don't even see the ball. It's just completely gone.
I know.
They're looking for it. They can't find it.
You guys get it, man. We got it. It's like we finally did. I mean,
it's amazing.
Look, okay, so understand something that no one else has. We know we're all staking. We're all part of the ecosystem already. Like, we already are here. But you have to realize, guys, you talk to your friend. And Jack and I, we've been discussing with JoJo. I'm probably going to become like the chief strategist for Axion, like CSO.
So another vote.
We're going to end up doing what we're going to try to do with this whole everything is we will eventually. You got everyone. We have 1,000 people in our community, and the idea is the way you do a grassroots general sales campaign is you bring your friend who brings their friend all the way through. So, guys, the idea is when you're not in this community, just think if the auction's tomorrow and you put $10,000 in, you're going to get like 13,000 worth of Axion, let's say, with your self-referral bonus. And then you're going to get another 20%. It's kind of like, you got to be kidding me. I can't say no to that investment. So every auction's going to sell out. And that's why, and the thing about the auction is, remember I said in the beginning of the show that the U.S. government kept printing and printing and printing billions and trillions because of demand? Well, our demand is going to go sky high, so I don't need to worry about our inflation issue because the demand will be 10 times greater than our supply. It's just that simple. So think of the Saturday auction, guys. Let's say we sell out $2.5 billion, okay, on the sell side, and we start at 11 o'clock, and by 3 o'clock in the morning my time, we sell 2.5 billion. Well, that's a 90-day stake. We want to sell more that day. Now the stake it's an auto stake for 120. You see, this Saturday auction, if you want to participate and get that Bitcoin and you're a new investor, make sure you're in their auction as soon as it starts, because once the first 2.5 billion's gone, we're gonna auto stake it for 120. And once the next 2.5 billion's gone, it's auto staking for the longest period. So we could literally see thousands and thousands of Ethereum come into our weekly auction, and we can see a brand new economy, a brand new group of investors, and then all of a sudden they're telling their friends we could literally raise billions.
And keep in mind, everyone, that with the the Axion Venture Capital auction is twice a week. So we're not talking about this replacing all the auctions. This is a special auction that happens twice a week, where the other four are the other dynamics that we're going to be voting on right after the show. Speaking of which, we should wrap this thing up because I think over 2 hours now.
I just pulled up Dex tools to see that we've got a nice green candle growing right now.
Nice green. Well, that's nothing compared to what happens. That's nothing compared to what happens when Axion Venture Capital auction, all these changes. I mean, guys, one penny, we're moving that direction. The FOMO we're moving into such an incredible bull run. Nothing close to what it was in 2017. This is different this time, guys. And Bitcoin will be hot. And us giving Bitcoin to people, they're going to lose their mind. Everyone is going to be looking for Bitcoin. Hey, guess what? Axion, you get Bitcoin as well. Brilliant, because we're moving into...
Somebody in chat was saying, how do we patent this idea? Because
that's a whole other matter.
It's another thing. Guys, this idea is so hot. We really got to keep it in this ecosystem for the time being.
Richard, I mean, again, in ways, it's like, you know how Richard Hart kind of developed the first CD on the blockchain, certificate of deposit.
Yes.
In ways, we're kind of, like you said, completely separating. We become our own. We're the first venture capital, all these different financial instruments on the blockchain that everyone's trying to solve when it comes to crypto. Like, hey, how many financial instruments are we going to do?
I know.
CD was one of them. Guess what? There's a lot more, and it looks like Axion's about to completely open the avenue for just absolute incredible growth.
Dominance. The thing is,
dominance.
Big Bear Crypto
mover.
In our live chat, who's our mod, and thanks again for modding, says winter solstice, December 21st, 2020, the day Axion made its stand.
Yeah, it's really true, guys. I mean, I don't know of another ecosystem that can compete with this. We just literally think of it like this. We started with everyone comparing us to Hex. Hex hit 8 billion and they had a CD. Why can't we hit 20 billion? Because we're now a mutual fund of coins with liquidity.
100%.
So we have
100%.
a brand new story that takes us totally away from Hex. And now we sell it to the Hex people because you no longer are going to get Axion. You're going to get freaking.
What we need to do, we need to roll this. We need to obviously get this. If it's going to take 30 days to get this going, if that's the timeline we're looking at, perhaps we would then consider to give the Hex free claims 30 days from there, because we got to give time for them to realize that this is going on, to make their claims, to get staked, so that they can enjoy these.
It's perfect timing too, because the credit card. It's perfect timing too, because the credit card will be out. They're going to see a lot more legitimacy. Like, oh, I thought Axion was this big rug pull. Oh my goodness, they're linked up with a credit card. So I think they will really FOMO in, especially with these new dynamics with the venture capital auctions.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much more that you're going to be able to see with this economy.
I'm excited. I mean, it's almost like it stole the spotlight away from the exact proposal and the vote that we're about to do. Everyone's just like, vote. Okay, what's next? Let's get strategic analyst planner.
The voting is going to go very well today.
Yes.
Let's do it.
I think we need to just wrap things up, Scott.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for taking the time to
thank you.
Walk through all of this. I know it's a lot.
Amazing
People got to
show.
wrap their heads around it and get ready for some wrap Bitcoin, because it sounds like
I think everyone's going to be talking about this. Hey, we're going to go back into Discord. It'll just be nonstop.
Yeah.
I want to tell you guys what I think I'm going to do, so everybody knows that's listening. The best thing to do is give us 2 weeks. Let's say we circle back January 15th, bring me back on the show. I'll give everyone an update timeline. We'll have hopefully the other auctions ready, doing its thing. We'll be watching some testing, and then we do the timeline, and then we'll be able to give you a really good understanding. But I laid out the framework. I explained it all to you guys. We will be able to complete this, no doubt, in less than 30 days. There's no doubt in my mind. This is a brand new coin for us. It's a brand new opportunity. So let's just make sure that we really start to educate people. I'm thinking maybe the best way to do that is maybe I could host a AMA of some sort, or a chat weekly somewhere. Maybe not on your show. Maybe we just do it on a regular Discord where I appear and people could just fire questions, and we just do a Q&A every week. Kind of like Jack's AMA. I can do it through a voice chat though.
That sounds cool. I know everyone will be there.
Okay. So,
all right. Well,
all right, Scott.
all right, guys.
We appreciate it. Go Axion.
No problem, guys. Glad you all had fun, and let's rock and roll this.
We will be talking to you soon.
All right. Enjoy the holidays, everyone.
All right.
Thanks, Scott.
Bye-bye.
And just so that everyone knows, a future guest that we've talked about before, Jeff Kradakis, will be on at some point. So that is still going to happen. More excitement. But next week, Axion Nation, we're going to have the OG 5555 crew on for an end of the year community show. That'll be next Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So
details will be coming out on how we're going to get all this to work. Make it kind of a community show. We're going to, end the year, Axion's first year, with focused on the community. So, but we'll work out those details soon. So stay tuned for that.
And for those who don't know, Axion Today is a podcast, and we are in many different places. We're on YouTube, DLive, Facebook, Twitch, PSCP, and I don't even know what that is, but we're there. What is
They're
it?
actually shutting down. They're actually shutting down. They made the announcement that Twitter is shutting down Periscope. Periscope will no longer exist.
Oh,
So
well, good. Now I
Periscope.
find out what it is, and it's gone. Well, anyway.
They just shut down. Yeah, they're shutting down.
Well, but we will be on Twitter continuing, and Instagram, and you can get 10% more Axion in the daily auction by going to whatisaxion.com. So things to keep in mind. And if you're watching this on YouTube, give the video a thumbs up. Come back and make a comment about what you thought about Scott's proposal. And I mean, actually now what we are all going to do is we're going to head over and vote whenever that's ready to go. Is that ready to go yet, you guys think?
Yeah, well, when this is done, when this stream is done, come back that we're in the live stream and put a comment, because again, there's a lot of comments that get missed because you're
I think that the internet is going to be one of the major forces for reducing the role of government. The one thing that's missing, but that will soon be developed, is a reliable e-cash, a method whereby on the internet you can transfer funds from A to B without A knowing B or B knowing A. I think that the internet is going to be one of the major forces for reducing the role of government. The one thing that's missing, but that will soon be developed, is a reliable e-cash, a method whereby on the internet you can transfer funds from A to B without A knowing B or B knowing A.
What is a Bitcoin?
What is Bitcoin? What backs a Bitcoin? You put some of your money, real money, online, and it turns into Bitcoin.
I don't even know why we call them coins, except that they call it coins in the name.
I think Bitcoin has turned into a massive multiplayer online game where speculators are trying to out-speculate each other.
Is it a means of exchange or an asset class? I see you taking my real dollars, and then you give me virtual money in return.
Thanksgiving dinner, my grandmother asked me, what the heck is this Bitcoin stuff anyway, right? And I said to her, do you remember when Visa cards first came out? You were used to paying with cash or with a check, and then a Visa came out. It was this weird payment system that you didn't understand. And she said, yeah, I remember that. I said, well, Bitcoin is just the next evolution of another payment system.
Bitcoin. By now, you've probably heard of it. The wild fluctuations in its price has gained the attention of the mainstream financial media. But Bitcoin is much more than just your average investment. Beneath all the hype and hysteria lies what could be the most important technology of our lifetimes. So what exactly is it? To fully appreciate the characteristics that make Bitcoin a potentially world-changing technology, we first need to understand what money is.
Currency started developing 6,000 to 9,000 years ago, some sort of medium of exchange, and people used something of value. Societies around the world, though, started to select gold and silver as their primary currency about 3,000 years ago, and then in about 680 BC, they became money when they were minted into coins of equal weights. Governments started creating representative currencies where you deposit your gold and silver, or they have gold and silver in the treasury and they come out with notes that are basically a claim check on the gold. So they're supposed to be as good as gold because you can always convert them into gold.
Throughout history, precious metals were chosen as money, not through government decree, but because of their unique features. Gold is rare, easily recognizable, portable, durable, and divisible. Above all, because gold is difficult to find and labor-intensive to mine, refine, and mint, it has always been perceived as a store of value.
At Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, delegates from 44 allied and associate countries arrived for the opening of the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference.
In modern history, as World War II was coming to an end, in 1944, the Allied nations met at the small town of Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. Here, they drafted a new financial system, which would stabilize the world's financial system once the war ended. With the United States poised to enter a golden age of prosperity, the U.S. dollar was chosen to be the world's reserve currency.
The Bretton Woods system was created after the Second World War at the Bretton Woods Conference in New Hampshire. And rather than using gold as the means of exchange between countries, as was the case under the old gold standard, the dollar was going to be used. The dollar was chosen because back then it was as good as gold.
Under this new system, the countries of the world would tie their currencies at a fixed rate to the U.S. dollar. And because most of the world's gold was held in U.S. vaults, the U.S. dollar would be backed by gold at a fixed price of $35 per ounce. This created a system where the currencies of the world were effectively backed by gold through the US dollar.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
The Bretton Woods system lasted for about 25 years, but in August of 1971, President Richard Nixon called for an emergency press conference where he announced foreign countries would no longer be able to convert their US dollar holdings into gold. This surprise move would come to be known as the Nixon shock. With this one announcement, President Nixon effectively created our current monetary system, a system where no currency is backed by gold or anything of value. This is what is known as a fiat currency.
Fiat currency is currency that's backed by nothing except government promises. The word fiat is a Latin word, and it basically means currency that's circulating by force. If people have confidence in that currency, and if there's enough government force, that will enable the currency to circulate for a period of time until people lose confidence in the currency.
Money is a medium of exchange, and the way it has evolved is that it's always something of intrinsic value until the modern age, when the politicians say, well, we don't need anything of intrinsic value anymore. All we need is political decree. We can say this is money, this piece of paper is money. Now money has a new characteristic, but underneath it all, there's this same concept in place that nobody ever seems to challenge, and that is that governments have a right to declare something of no value to be money, and you must accept it. That's really the problem, and it's still the problem today.
Without anything tangible backing the currencies we use today, governments around the world have been able to issue unlimited amounts of new currency without restraint. And with the advent of the digital age, currencies around the world are now digits in a global banking database. So what is Bitcoin? Well, simply put, it's a digital currency, much like the electronic currency we use today. But it's also the payment network which facilitates the transfer of this new digital currency from one person to another.
Bitcoin's a new internet protocol that enables the transmission of value over a communications channel. You can think of it like being able to send a gold coin as easily as you send an email. You can send any amount of money to anyone in the world, anytime, can't be seized, can't be confiscated, can't be frozen. Very useful technology.
So Bitcoin is a digital currency and it is a payment system. So it's a payment system in the same way that bank networks are, or PayPal. Those are all payment systems. But it's also a currency. So PayPal and banks use the dollar as their currency. The Bitcoin payment system uses Bitcoins as its currency. So they both have the same name.
What is your opinion of disruptive digital currencies such as Bitcoin?
If you're looking for the idea that a currency doesn't really have to be something physical, it can be something that's virtual, that's the system we already have. You know, and if you want it to be, I want a way to make payments electronically, that's, you know, credit cards. I mean, so exactly what it is that this thing is supposed to be doing that we don't already mostly do.
Bitcoin is different from other fiat currencies in a couple ways, but not the way people think. So most people think it's different because it is a digital currency, but fiat currencies are also digital, right? So the dollar is a digital currency, the euro is a digital currency. They're all just ones and zeros in the banks of the world. So it's not that Bitcoin is digital that makes it unique. It's unique in that it cannot be created out of thin air. So dollars, euros, yen, these can all be created out of thin air by people who have permission to do so, which is generally a central bank. Bitcoin has no ability to create it out of thin air, so it is a scarce digital asset.
Unlike the banking system we currently use, where bureaucrats meet behind closed doors and determine and regulate the supply of new currency, mathematics and cryptography are used to regulate the creation of new bitcoins. The Bitcoin network is decentralized, meaning that instead of transactions and account balances being stored on a central computer or database, Bitcoin's ledger of accounts, more commonly known as the blockchain, is distributed across tens of thousands of computers around the world.
There's something called Napster. We all remember Napster. We could download music and movies from Napster, but after a while it got so big and popular, the government came in, shut it down because of copyright infringements. No more Napster, right? So then somebody created something called the BitTorrent. BitTorrent network. What's this? This is a software people run on their computers that allows people to file share. So if you run this software, you can go to things like Pirate Bay or Views or BT Junkie, and you can download any music or any movies you want, and they can't stop it because it's not a centralized location. Well, Bitcoin is the currency that runs on the BitTorrent network. Why was gold and silver considered money for the last 4,000 years is because it took work and effort to make that nice, beautiful coin. They had to dig it out of the ground and refine it, and the crucibles and the furnaces, and stamp it into a nice, beautiful coin. And that took work. So you didn't have to trust anybody that they were going to work for you. The work was already done. Well, Bitcoin, proof of work, is the same thing, right? You have to hash away and solve all these math problems. You have to have the chips and the electricity and yada, yada, yada to create a Bitcoin. It would cost today about $800 to make a Bitcoin.
I believe that Bitcoin has multiple levels of intrinsic value. The properties like being unconfiscatable, properties like this censorship-resistant value transfer that no one can stop you from sending. More importantly, what gives it intrinsic value is the productive capacity and the brain power of some of the brightest developers in the world that have chosen to work on this open source protocol. And this productive capacity of some of the brightest minds that are building it is what truly gives it value.
All Bitcoin transactions are cryptographically verified by thousands of computers on the Bitcoin network. These very powerful computers, known as miners, expend a massive amount of energy and processing power to verify the integrity of each and every transaction.
So the miners basically validate transactions. All these transactions are flying around, and they have not yet been formally vetted by the network. If the miner believes the transactions are valid, it will put them in the block, and the block then becomes part of the blockchain. And over time, that becomes the record of truth. And so what that means is that if you receive Bitcoin and a few blocks happen after you receive it, no one can ever take that money away from you because the blocks have been stuck into the blockchain, they can't be reversed, and you know that the money is truly yours.
The decentralized nature of the Bitcoin network eliminates a single point of failure and makes it impossible to be hacked or to be shut down. Bitcoin transactions are transmitted peer-to-peer without the need for a third party, meaning that the user is in complete control of their money.
It's impossible to be shut down. That's the beautiful thing about it. There is no Bitcoin place. You can't shoot Bitcoin.
It has no center of gravity. It has no headquarters. You can't shut it down.
The only way you could is to shut off the internet.
Your average person has absolutely no idea how their email works, but it works, and that's all that really matters. And Bitcoin's very similar to that. But as far as what I would do to tell people or describe to people who don't know about Bitcoin what it is, I would say it's a form of money that you can just use on your phone or your computer in today's digital age where everyone's on the internet, that is much faster to send than most of the banks. And it has, for at least since its inception in 2009, risen in value.
For new users, the inner workings of Bitcoin can be quite complex and daunting. But what's important is how this revolutionary technology changes how money is transferred globally.
Right now, every single payment that you make to another person goes through an intermediary. Either PayPal or bank or Visa or MasterCard. And more importantly, the governmental jurisdiction decides if you're allowed to make that payment. That payment could be stopped halfway through, and then you have to try and get your money back. With Bitcoin, no one can stop it. The moment you decide to send another person digital value, you can just send it. And there is nobody in your way. There is no one that has to give you permission to pay another person money, and all they need is an internet connection.
This has the potential to displace the need for banks as a trust institution. If you and I exchange currency or have commerce using Bitcoin and it goes on the ledger, on the blockchain, we don't need a bank to confirm that that is a valid transaction.
One of the differences between Bitcoin and the banking system is it doesn't require a third party to perform. When you make a deposit into a checking account or a savings account, you are actually loaning the bank your currency. They now have title to it, and they have a liability on their books to pay you back one day, but they get to do anything they want with it. And you have this intermediary, this third party, counterparty that has to perform for you to be able to get your currency back. Cryptocurrencies invert the power structure. It isn't a few people at the top controlling a whole bunch of people at the bottom. The power goes to the individual.
In the same way that the internet flattened access to information and allowed anyone in the world with an internet connection to learn basically anything they wanted to know and to communicate with anyone else on Earth, Bitcoin does that with money. So now anyone on the planet, no matter their age or the arbitrary geographic location in which they were born, or the arbitrary rules of the people that govern over them, that person can now engage economically with anyone else in the world directly. And that's profoundly powerful. You do not need a bank account to interact with Bitcoin. You do not need a bank account now to receive an honest payment from someone else in the world and know that the money is legitimate and good and can't be rescinded. So money now can't be censored. Any two people can send it between each other through Bitcoin.
Cryptocurrency Bitcoin has once again defied naysayers by spiking above $18,000 at one point today.
Bitcoin hits a new high. We had this incredible run up in the fall going into the holidays, and then we've seen a pretty big pullback.
This is a 30% loss in the week and a 50% loss in the year.
The past year has seen the price of Bitcoin rise and fall in dramatic fashion, getting the attention of Wall Street and the investment community. Bitcoin is now seen by the public as a speculative asset class that can be traded, but the core fundamentals of this important technology cannot be overlooked. The use of Bitcoin is particularly vital in the developing world, where billions of people are without basic banking services.
People who see the price all the time, especially in advanced societies, they focus more on the price, and they think that Bitcoin is an investment solely, and that it goes up and down like a stock based on news and expectations. But the fact is, probably there's more people in these kind of third economies. They don't own a lot, but they own it, and they own it because they need it. Not because they expect to get rich or hope to get rich, because they need to protect themselves against both destroyed fiat currencies and against capital controls. So when people think of it as an investment, they have to realize that the reason that Bitcoin's so exciting is because it's a future money for the world, not because it's something that could become a great investment. It just so happens to be that both can be accomplished at the same time.
One of the great powers of whether it's Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrencies, if we can figure out how to scale the technology, we can solve a lot of problems in the financial system. We can transact with each other globally at very low cost and very efficiently. And there's tremendous market power in that. Has nothing to do with anyone in the financial system. People want to be able to communicate and transact with each other simply and quickly, and the hunger to do that is enormous.
Today, Bitcoin is seen as a financial asset, but as the technology develops, the blockchain that powers Bitcoin may be used to verify transactions other than the transfer of money. Each Bitcoin is divisible into 100 millionth of a Bitcoin, called a Satoshi. These tiny fractions of a Bitcoin can be programmed to represent assets other than money. In this way, the Bitcoin blockchain can be used to verify transactions of all kinds of items without the need for a central authority.
The Bitcoin blockchain is a tremendous technological innovation that enables distributed consensus. People are able to come to agreement on what the state of this ledger should be and what it is. And that enables people to have trust without trusting any other party or person or institution. So anywhere we need to have trust, where we need to be able to verify what is the true and correct state of something, that has an application to be put on the Bitcoin blockchain.
For 6,000 years of recorded history, we've always had this problem when we want to engage in consensual exchange. That is, if we're strangers, can I trust you? And what's happening with Bitcoin and the blockchain, the technology that powers Bitcoin, is it's now possible for us to have trustworthy exchange without those third parties. The trust is built in through the cryptography. That guarantees the exchange of value. Well, that means that there's this technology that is as disruptive as the internet was to publishing, but this is disruptive to these 100 different institutions that really are the glue that pull society together. You know, everything from as mundane as notary publics to the land titling, to coining money, to voting. All kinds of these things are going to be recreated in the blockchain in a way that we will finally be able to fully trust. But what that means is what we've seen technology do to lots of private industries is now going to start doing to government function.
The thing for me is understanding the implications of what this is. You can take 100 million bits of a Bitcoin. Each bit is called a Satoshi, right? And you can program that to be anything of value. It can represent titles to automobiles or real estate or diamonds or gold or votes in elections. Anything of value can now be digitized and tokenized, put up on the blockchain, and transacted, can be sent across the internet without having to go through a trusted third party. I think the blockchain and Bitcoin is going to change the world. I think it's going to change everything in terms of protecting people's identities, allowing people to own property. Bitcoin's for the 2 billion people that don't have bank accounts, the 5 billion people that can't prove they exist. They don't have title to real estate and stuff. That's what Bitcoin's going to change the most for those people, is because, you know, they're going to jump from the third world to the first world. It's really going to revolutionize Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, where people can finally now own real estate. We can have a transparent election that can't be hacked. Imagine. That's going to change the world in and of itself.
Tempers are beginning to flare. These people have already been in queue for more than 3 hours now. Carrying currency notes, the government suddenly banned on Tuesday night.
Because anyone can start using Bitcoin by simply installing an app on their phone, Bitcoin can be used by the developing world to protect their wealth from unstable currencies and government control.
We're seeing it behave as a crisis currency in Venezuela, in Nigeria, in Zimbabwe. When these countries can't get a grasp on their own monetary policy, people flood to Bitcoin.
The fate of the unbanked and underbanked population no longer lies in the hands of corrupt governments, centrally planned economies, and central banks. There's a new option, a plan B.
Personally, I live in the United States, and a lot of people in the US get bank accounts very easily, have credit cards, debit cards, and all of that, and they don't find that there are too many frictions and pain points. But in a country like India, there are 233 million individuals who are unbanked, who don't have access to a traditional financial infrastructure, and so they're operating cash payment to cash payment. But Bitcoin has become a game changer. So individuals, in essence, can hold on to it, they can spend it, they can transfer it internationally. There are so many use cases.
Currently, Bitcoin transactions can sometimes carry a significant fee, making it unsuitable for use for small transactions. But Bitcoin is programmable money, meaning that new layers and technologies can be integrated into it. In the near future, one such development, called the Lightning Network, will help reduce the cost of Bitcoin transactions.
At the moment, Bitcoin is actually suffering from being too popular. One of the challenges that Bitcoin has is every transaction needs computational power to process. So at the moment, Bitcoin can settle about 4 to 7 transactions a second. And in the future, each of those 4 to 7 transactions a second can contain 1 million transactions within it. And that's what the second layer and Lightning is trying to do. It will just make it so much more efficient and so much cheaper for the average person.
The integration of the Lightning Network into the Bitcoin protocol will scale Bitcoin into a fast, cheap, and efficient payment system. Once implemented, this will have enormous implications for the developing world.
One of the stumbling blocks to doing international business is the payment system. And to be honest, if you're taking credit cards from some countries, the those countries are so associated with fraud that your rates on all credit cards you take just become astronomical, and it becomes prohibitive.
Something like 33% of the credit card transactions coming out of Africa are fraudulent. So nobody wants to take business from Africa. It's just too risky. With Bitcoin, you know the funds are good. So as a merchant, yeah, pay with Bitcoin. I'll sell anything you want, that's legal to Africa. That has tremendous implications, to be able to get access to these types of products and services so seamlessly. And then they're able to start having property rights. And property rights is really what's going to help lift them up out of poverty.
Closer to home, in today's digital world, governments have started to phase out cash, replacing it with digital currency. In this environment where concerns over personal privacy are very real, Bitcoin provides monetary sovereignty outside the control of government policy.
When you have a situation where the government is trying to control, they don't want people to have the means of hiding anything from them. Not just from a tax standpoint, they want to know what everyone's doing in Big Brother fashion. So, the way that I look at Bitcoin is it's the ultimate monetary weapon that the people have never had in history.
Every government in the world wants to go cashless. One of the reasons is that in a cashless society, you are not able to exit the banking system. When people panic, they run to the ATM machines, they run to the bank and they withdraw money. The other thing is the governments are starting to run out of money. And governments don't build anything. They just use other people's money. So they are treating everyone as a tax evader. I believe the main reason why Bitcoin is so popular and important is not because of its finite supply and being gold. It's because of anti-money laundering laws preventing people from doing what they want with their money.
One of the main functions of government is to create currency. Bitcoin is successful only because of its potential for circumvention, lack of oversight. So it seems to me it ought to be outlawed. It doesn't serve any socially useful function.
As to whether or not Bitcoin is illegal or should be seen to be illegal, cash has been used for a whole heck of a lot more illegal things than Bitcoin has through the years, and still is today. Cash is untraceable. It's easily transportable. Nobody knows where that dollar has been and how it's been moved from hand to hand to hand. So it's just a matter of making that connection that a cryptocurrency is really not a new thing. It's just a different version in a digital form of something that's existed in our society and legal structures for millennia.
Bitcoin is shifting the paradigm and challenging the legacy financial system. Recently, Jamie Dimon, chairman and CEO of JP Morgan Chase, America's largest bank, was quoted calling Bitcoin a fraud.
Why is Bitcoin a fraud? Here's the reason. Governments, the first thing they do is form a currency. They like to control the currency. They control it through a central bank. They also like to know who has it, where it is, where it's going. Wait until someone gets hurt. Wait until it's used for illicit purposes, which it is somewhat used for illicit purposes. They close it down.
You got people like Jamie Dimon, a serious guy, calling it a fraud.
Calling it fraud? You mean like there was hundreds of billions of dollars of securities that Jamie Dimon sold the public a decade ago called mortgage-backed securities? He's calling Bitcoin a fraud? Is that going to go to zero like his securities that he sold the public?
First with respect to asking a banker about whether they like Bitcoin or not, that's kind of like asking a king, do you like democracy? It's just so thoroughly frustrating and insulting when people who know very little about what we do watch an up-and-coming technology and have the audacity to call us all criminals. We're not the criminals here. The whole damn reason this ecosystem exists is because they're the criminals. And it doesn't really matter at this point what he thinks. The genie's out of the bottle. Somebody in this room or somebody at this conference or somebody around the world is going to solve the problem of decentralized lending and value-stable currencies and decentralized exchange. And within 5 to 10 years, banks will become less and less relevant, just like landline telephones are becoming less and less relevant. And we're going to wake up one day and we're going to be in charge of our own money. and Jamie Dimon in retirement can watch the world as it is, not the world as he would like it to be.
The Bitcoin blockchain is built on decentralized consensus outside the control of a central party. However, with the hype in the rise of cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, both central banks and commercial banks have started to develop their own digital currencies under the guise of what they call blockchain technology.
My big fear is that what is going to happen is blockchain technology will be adopted by governments, and fiat national currencies will be run on blockchain technologies, and the entire the whole monetary system globally will eventually become cashless. And at that point, if it's centralized and there's an entity that runs the blockchain, they can lock you out of it if they don't like what you're doing, and they can trace everything that you do. Every transaction, everywhere you go, will be recorded. And so, if we're not careful, this has the ability to enslave us or free us.
I think blockchain or any kind of open ledger distributive database will have a tremendous impact on our world. My fear is that, and this is used to centralize, digital technology gives a banker the ability to put a chip in you, to tax you whenever they want, to interface with a money system with you physically, and to perfect the collateral. So I love the innovation, and the question for all of us is, how can we innovate and make the financial system more efficient and do it in a way at the same time where we distribute the power lines in the political system?
The blockchain is a technology, which is a good technology. We actually use it. It will be used for a lot of different things. God bless the blockchain. Cryptocurrencies and digital currencies, I think are also fine. JP Morgan moves $6 trillion around the world every day. We don't do it in cash. It's done digitally. Yeah. If it can be done digitally with the blockchain, so be it. But it'll still be a dollar cryptocurrency.
A majority of the people are using the word blockchain, and they don't really care whether it has this decentralized mining. The government is going to just have a digital representation of the dollar. They can call it a blockchain, but there's not going to be mining. There's not going to be decentralization. It's going to be a centralized coin. Whether they call it a blockchain or not is irrelevant.
The whole purpose of a blockchain is to remove control from a central party. If you're a central bank and you make a blockchain for dollars, and then you have dollar coin, if you still have full control over the dollar coin, you can create how much of it you want, you can control where it goes. There was no point in having a blockchain at all. You might as well just have a centralized database like a banking system. To really use blockchains in any meaningful way, it means that there is no person in charge. And so a central bank, by definition, is the one who is supposed to be in charge of money. And thus they would never create a blockchain or a cryptocurrency that they couldn't control. So that's why they will likely be made redundant, because the market can choose what kind of money it uses. And it now has a choice between a digital currency that can be controlled by central parties and inflated without limit, or a digital currency that cannot be controlled by any central party and that has a fixed amount and can't be debased. Over time, that's going to be a very obvious choice.
Bitcoin and the blockchain behind it are incredibly powerful technologies. As the future unfolds, these technologies could be used to restructure the financial system into one of fairness and equality for all, a system outside the control of the banking elite.
We have millions of people now taking an interest in what is money, the question of what is money, what should it be? And they're learning, especially a lot of young people.
Precious metals were once money. Then came the era of paper money. Could we now be entering a golden age of decentralized digital money? Only time will tell.
Bitcoin is first and foremost about changing how the financial system of the planet operates. However, Bitcoin is also a financial asset itself, and it goes through these bubbles, and people have made many millions of dollars when they buy it low, and then it goes up in value. But that's not really what matters at all. What matters is that it's actually going to change the entire ecosystem of the planet, how all humans interact with each other, and that's a very exciting thing to be part of.